draft report that is now being put forward, recommending basically replacing the idea of the separation of church and state. The president certainly playing to his base right here and trying to polarize the electorate. You have, him trying to play to his base while also denigrating Democrats and referring to them as godless communists, something that we heard several times during his speech today over at the Washington Hilton here.
How much is he complicating the midterm play here with these constant infighting with the Republican Party? Do they need to put this sort of behind him, whether it's on Iran or on SAVE Act, if he actually wants to focus on affordability?
Well, look, Garrett, you know as well as I do, he doesn't seem to care much about what congressional Republicans think. However, you're right. I mean, he lashed out at what he called grandstanders in the Republican Party overnight after meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson yesterday. But at the same time, he canceled that signing ceremony yesterday, something that so many congressional Republicans have been looking forward to, looking to make it a part of their midterm message. And now the question is, what happens next in that in this rift between the Republican Party? It still remains unclear whether the president will go along with some of these congressional Republicans as their agenda at the moment seems to be stalled in Congress, with representatives like Anna Paulina Luna, some hardliners, wanting to bring all of this to a halt. And yet the president says that they're now grandstanding. This is still being ironed out on the Hill, obviously.
On the subject of grandstanding, do we have any update on when or even if the president will sign that housing bill?
The White House has not said whether he does indeed plan to sign it. Of course, now that it's supposedly been transmitted to the White House, it will become law in 10 days. We haven't gotten any indication that he plans to veto it at this point. So it could be that he just does nothing and it becomes law automatically within 10 days. But again, it took away that nice, big, shiny press conference and signing ceremony that many congressional Republicans have been wanting ahead of this midterm campaign.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez on the North Lawn. Gabe, thank you. So, Courtney, I'll turn to you now. What more do we know about the situation in the Strait? Has the president described it accurately-ish?
We don't really know, actually. We do know, the facts that we know to be true are that at least one Iranian drone, we believe fired by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, one drone did hit a commercial ship the U.S. military shot.
What's that? Paulie boy got it right again from his little hole in the back of YouTube that the peace deal was bullshit. It's not going to end. Some might say because elements of United States Corporation are funding both sides as always. Maybe because elements of the central bankers, the state of Israel and United States Corporation work for are funding both sides like always. Maybe. Is it possible? No? Well, either way, once again, we were right again. We called it. The 32nd peace deal was bullshit. We knew the war wasn't going to end. We seem to know or believe that, like I said, it's funded on both sides by certain elements of folks using these nation states to play off against each other. So that's not a surprise. When are we going to get our official false flag? I think that's what a lot of, well, not me. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But I think a lot of folks might be wondering. Some folks somewhere are wondering when the official false flag is going to happen. Like when are you really going to blow something up big and blame it on certain people and then create the imagery that if anybody goes against this, they're terrorists as well. Although they've already started doing it. They already kind of did it. Some folks are probably waiting for the real sort of 9/11, as it were, right? The real emergency. When I say 9/11, I just mean 911, right? As an emergency. Not necessarily talking about any specific event. All right, let's get back. We're doing our usual monitoring of the breaking slave news on either side and pointing out how, as always, they're both playing both sides against the middle. If you've been here a while, you know the game. We're hunting magatards specifically because Donnie's in office. If the leftists are in office, we'd be hunting liberals, leftists, demo crazies, right? They're all demo crazies because they're all involved in democracy, overthrowing the law of the land, rights, and freedom, and essentially what they call the republic, while blaming the other side. So Let's get back to that. We're gonna see if we can bait some magatards in, break through the algo, and have some interactions. Maybe we can hear from some of these folks. They could tell us all about how Donnie's actually saving everybody while he's marching everybody more and more toward New World Order in various forms and a planned economic and political collapse, some might say.
On at least one other drone. That's really all that we know about the situation beyond
drones attack. Iran drone attacking
several times today and posting on social media. Now, at this point, we're not aware of any further firing beyond this one yesterday by the IRGC. But President Trump sort of upping the ante on it today when he posted that it was this violation of the ceasefire, as you just read on social media. So now the big question is, will there be any kind of a U.S. response to the violation of the ceasefire? Since the memorandum of understanding was signed on June 17th, we have not seen the back and forth in the Strait of Hormuz that we were seeing every single day there for weeks and weeks. So it's, again, we're really in sort of a wait and see mode to see whether these threats by the IRGC that they carried out, at least on this one occasion.
Broken system, broken trust in chat. Greetings, sir. Good to see you. At some point here, these are unofficial non-casts. At some point, we'll do the broadcast. We'll go over a bunch of different articles, some news on the legal lawful front, and I look forward to covering Joshua. You know, every 6 months or a year or so, at least, we need to cover a couple dozen people at least who've come here over the years, who've gotten dismissals over and over again at court. Right? We need to cover that. It has to be covered. It has to be put in the face of all these other pathetic slaves who want to pretend that we can't change anything on the ground, or that we have no power, or that there's no point in trying to do anything in this system other than pay them, vote, beg for masters, and follow code and policy like it's law, right? We got to cover that. I don't even mind. I'll put everything on hold. Doesn't even matter. Don't care about anything else. You got to cover these people, what they do, including myself, and continue to put that out there, because if not, some might say that all hope is lost. Okay. So Operation Slave Mock is a huge success. Nobody knows slave mocking like I do. And I'm going to go ahead and tell folks that we are absolutely winning like never before. We're seeing new levels of slave mocking, so much so that I'm watching single-handedly, once again, I'm watching myself and my efforts have amazing effects, people. Amazing effects. Literally overnight, over the past, while you folks, not the Unslavians, of course, but the rest of you, while you were out voting and poking yourselves up and figuring out what kind of new booster you're going to get, I've been just flooding the groups, slave book groups, with my memes. If you want the meme, you can find it on my, there's many of them that I've been creating on my slave book account, Facebook, Paul on Slave, and of course on Telegram. Okay, and Operation Slave Mock and Operation Slave Wall are essentially two operations running side by side that I've started. I'm taking the lead on. And essentially, you're going to join all these groups, political groups, left or right, but mainly magatards right now because they're in office, and just flood them with all the memes showing how it's both sides. You know, because they like to get in there, they like to cuck up and cult up and be delusional and project and just pass around these ideas. You know, it's essentially a one big metaversal circle jerk. And so I've been getting in there over the past few weeks and just flooding them with these 5 or 10 memes that I've been using or creating. And I've just ground the groups to a halt, right? They no longer post in there. They no longer laugh and giggle. They're all just sitting around going, either MAGA's finished and it's through, or who let all the liberals in here? Right? And it's just, again, Operation Slave Mock, Operation Slave Wall. Massive successes. Single-handedly shutting down groups of thousands of people. They're no longer posting with the frequency they used to. The subject matter has completely changed. The conversation has changed and shifted to, are these things true? Oh my God, they are true. We're already in socialism, collectivism, Marxism by definition. What do we do now, right? So again, this is where a lot of you folks need to take the lead. Either grab the memes from my pages and share them constantly, put them in everybody's face till the truth is unable to be ignored, or create your own with some of these ideas, right? One of the best ones so far. And of course, Facebook does this thing where after a few days, they like shut down my post so nobody else can see it. And then they report to me how I make $0, even though I get hundreds of thousands of views on content. I don't know how that works. Well, actually, I do know how it works. But yeah, where is it here? There it is. Almost 70,000 views in a week. Thousands of reactions, hundreds and hundreds of shares, almost 500, I believe. Pointing out how you no longer have any of your God-given rights, essentially, based on a system that is ran by both sides. And really, this is one of my favorites. Didn't perform as well and it's because of me, right? Like, I know how to get this stuff to perform well, and I need to just stick to that. Like this very generic, very simple, very relatable to the average slave, constitution-oriented. Here, I went to the next level. I put a MAGA-tard in a hat. I made him look completely retarded and affected. I even used her catchphrases. What are you, some kind of liberal? You want collectivism, socialism, Marxism? So I need to rework that one. It's not performing as well. But the idea in this one is my favorite, right? That's why I need to rework this, because it just points out so simply the ideas of what we're experiencing here, and just dispels a lot of the common myths for the average MAGA-tard. Okay. And by the way, the term MAGA-tard is now officially in circulation as a result of myself and Operation Slave Mock, and it is now making the rounds with a fury. Okay. So this is the best idea here. Feel free, because I know people now, we're in this culture of everybody's going to be a hero, even though they're not going to do the work. Everybody's going to be a social media sensation, even though they're god-awful boring. But okay, you got to start somewhere and try. So we're now in a culture of, I'm seeing this more and more, where we don't share what Paulie Boy and others do. We just listen to them constantly, take what they say, rework it into our own content, and then present it as our own, because we want to do a broadcast and whatever else. And that's cool. Like, I can't hate on that. Again, everyone's got to start somewhere, or chase your dreams, I guess, as it were. But, you know, look out for home base, so to speak, right? This is where a lot of you folks get your start, or where you're highly inspired. So look out for the old boy and what we do here. And more importantly, share the understanding and the ideas, right? Because what the idea and the understanding is here, or anywhere really. I mean, if you're one of those folks and you do a good job and you present the ideas well and fluently, and especially if you're triggering, then I will support that. But the idea really with this culture, this social media, folks like myself, if you're inspired by what I put out and you think folks need to see it and hear it, is you get behind in a group that person, right? Not for cult of personality, but because you have to overtake the algorithm. Because as we know, the deck is stacked, right? So you push that person essentially into the conversation, so to speak, so that they can question, comment, bring their concerns, get reactions, and then you can watch all the slaves around them completely fail when it comes to dialogue and presentation, when there's any kind of pushback from someone who's not culted on either side, right? And of course, that's why the shadow banning exists, especially during these certain times of the year, when energies are high, when we're going into re-election, right? When false flag season is at its peak, when we're faking attacks to do more world war, right? When all this is going on, we're at peak shadow banning opportunity and necessity, right? So that's the time, you know, we need to more than ever share the channel, and more importantly, the ideas, post the memes, get it in people's faces so they can question themselves and each other and come to a more accurate understanding of what's going on here, right? Because again, the only way we're going to be able to solve this is by understanding what we're dealing with first and foremost. And obviously we're right there where we come right back full circle. What are you, some kind of liberal, even though the root word of liberal is liber, which means freedom essentially, and all Republicans worth their salt throughout history were essentially technically liberals, you could argue, because they were for extremely limited government and essentially what folks would call liberty, which I don't equate to freedom, but okay, I'll meet you in the middle there, right? colloquially, we can use that term, liberty. But I get what they're saying. What are you, some kind of leftist, some kind of collectivist, socialist, Marxism? Boomhauer, we're already there. And we'll just go down the list quickly because we got to repeat part of retraining folks, remembering. See what the word remember means: to take all of the members, like your arms, your leg, your head, your heart, right, that have been cut out of you or cut off, and put them back where they belong, right? We're remembering here certain ideas and ways of being this. So we have to like loop and repeat like the news does every day. They go vote for a slave master, pay your slave tax. We're doing slave wars again and genocide. They just loop and repeat ad infinitum. Well, we have to do the same thing to balance and offset. So Marxism, we're already there because the tenet is you can't own private property. And of course, on America at this point, if you don't pay your slave land tax for your house or your land, the state's coming to take your property. And what are they going to do with it, people? By definition, they're going to redistribute that wealth. That covers the second one, which is socialism. And not only are you not technically in the legal system allowed to own private property, because if you don't pay on it, they come and take it. How many times do I got to say this before you folks really get it through your head where we're at? If you don't pay your land tax fee to use your land or your house, the state comes and takes it and they give it to somebody else. That's a redistribution of wealth. See, when the state owns the means of production and the state owns private property, has a title to it, you're already in collectivism, Marxism, socialism. And guess what? Many of you have never tried to open a business or don't run a business. You work for somebody else who opened a business, and you either don't know or don't care to know that they're licensed to the state. See, a lot of you who are in complete delusion and denial. So the state has a title to your business, the means of production. The state has a title to your home, your private property. The state has a title to your land and the water and everything on it. And many places they'll tell you can't collect rain. Okay? And then they'll say, well, that's just the liberal leftist side of things. No, it's all of them. Stop the cope, stop the cap. This is cap cope, is what it is. You need to stop it immediately. It's all of them. All of them are part of a system where they regulate your rights and your private property with statute, policy, and code. You just want us to choose the lesser of the evils rather than choose what's truly American. What's truly American is the founders went to war over a few percent tax on tea. We're at 40% of everything everybody makes and their own damn property and land. It's way out of hand, people. So for the 1,000th fucking time, for you retards on Slavebook, who I got to address day after day, I don't have to. I actually kind of enjoy it. I'm entertained by it, even though I'm completely frustrated and fascinated by you folks. That is the paradox and the irony of what I do. I love it, but it's fascinatingly frustrating. Right, we're already there. Stop the cap cope. Stop the denial and delusion. Stop the hating on me because I'm bringing a truth you don't like. Just fucking get it through your head and understand it so we can go to the next level and stop supporting our own slavery and genocide. And of course, the last one there is collectivism. When you have to basically choose or vote for somebody to run your life, and the collective and who they choose is more important and powerful than the individual and their God-given rights. We've been there for the longest time. You fucking slaved out retards. And I say that euphemistically. I say that, of course, with love, right? Many of you get put off by not only the truth, but the fact that I call you retarded and slaved out while I bring you the truth. Well, is it not true? A whole group of human beings who've had thousands of years to look at these understandings, who go around using words, telling other people they're that while it's actually them. Wouldn't you call them retarded people? Their development has been retarded. They're not where they could or should be or are meant to be based on what has been shown and experienced. Absolutely. This is technically, by definition, retardation. This is essentially 40 and 50-year-old people who have had their development retarded to such a degree, they're essentially infantile. I could get a 5 or an 8-year-old to understand the idea of voting over and over again for decades and hundreds of years to choose your own master while you go deeper into collectivism and get him to understand, just stop playing the game and stop paying for it. I get him to understand that in a day or less. I can't get the majority of you collectivist, retarded slaves to understand that essentially voting is, and this is my next meme, this is a democracy hot flash is what it's called. And of course, you got the buttons up there, and the buttons are, I'll give you the 2 choices because this is what voting essentially is and always has been. Vote for rich pedos to run your life with code on the left side. And guess what's on the right side, folks? You get 2 choices. Vote for rich pedos to run your life with code. Yep, you guessed it. Welcome to the circus. I'm your host, P.T. Burnham. And of course, the greatest show is Earth. And what kind of show is it? A collectivist, socialistic, fascistic, Marxistic wet dream of political deception. Beyond frustratingly fascinating. Should we set a tone here? Yeah, let's set a tone and continue. There we go. The political freak show circus.
Whether they continue and whether it really does have an impact on the ceasefire going forward.
And Vice President Vance said that the U.S. and Iran had established some kind of communications line to avoid a potential military confrontation. Do you know anything about that? Was it made use of here?
We have no idea about it. We haven't gotten any information from the administration that number one, that it's actually, that any kind of a framework even exists for what this is, or that it actually has been implemented in any way. Now, the military does have a history of something like this, and you'll recall something called—
Hold on, we have someone down there, Barrett Jones and others. There's a number down there. I got to post it more. It's my fault. I'll take the hit for that. 602-730. 0122. Okay, tell me all about Google. Tell me all about Googling to get all the facts that I don't have. 602-730-0122. Questions, comments, concerns. Where did I get it wrong? Okay, there's no point in you scrolling my chat and projecting and saying everybody else is an idiot. We should go research. You can just come right up and tell me all about it. Maybe I did misread. I do tend to jump to conclusions here. I don't have to do that, but I feel that I have to just keep things moving. I will presume and assume. If I'm incorrect, just rebut the presumption. We'll move along. It's a lot like slave court, right? We're going to presume and assume a whole bunch of stuff. If I got it wrong, just rebut it. Move along. I'm on the UK. And quite honestly, some Americans are so willfully ignorant. No, let me help you out here, because I'm an American by definition, right? I support rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. We've been to court dozens of times at this point over the course of a lifetime. I haven't added it all up, but half a dozen times in 5 years, more notably, as I repeat here many times. So I can honestly say, one who upholds the law of the land, who exercises their rights, who's willing to sacrifice at times to be a patriot, if you want to call it that. I see them. I'm around them. They're essentially friends and family, in quotes. And I see the friends and family of other folks around me, right? So I know who or what the public is generally, and I'm here to tell you it's most of them. Or I won't say it's all of them. We don't want to throw the slave baby out with the bathwater. But yes, it's most of them, most folks. And again, let's be clear, sir. Let's be equitable and clear here. While I switch over to my other window, because I'm going to highlight that number. It's not just Americans, if we're being honest with ourselves and each other. It's all of them. All right, so let me go here. Proper instruction. By the way, if I just type in proper IN, my channel's the first one that comes up, which is weird. You know, when you understand search terms and algorithms and all the rest of it, it's kind of weird when it comes to the viewership lately. But hey, you know. So let's see here. Okay, we got the pin message. There we go. This way, more folks will see it. Where are we at on the poll since I'm over here? Because I'm probably not going to be back. Donald Trump ruining or saving America? Ruining 42%. Saving 18%. Politicians are ruining the world 40%. And only 66 votes. So those it's pretty decent. That means 30 or 40 people most likely coming in from the leftist side of things. And that's okay because, again, here the truth is for everybody. Everybody needs it so they can avoid being deceived, deceiving themselves and others, and playing into a deception once again on the next cycle of lesser of two evils simulation, right? Which is, you could argue, a holographically reflective, synchronistic simulation where based on what you choose, you will get an outcome that makes sense to me karmically. If you choose either side, well, then the majority has chosen lesser of evil. That's still evil, so more evil has to grow. And let me get back to the point that I was making, right? So we got to be honest with ourselves and each other. Mr. What's his name? DB, it looks like. DB from the UK. Yeah, we got to be honest with ourselves and each other about the fact that it's everybody. We can't live in denial, okay? So no matter what country / corporation masquerading as a country, because that's what these essentially are at this point, the corporations that have essentially had people hired on to take over the land and the people using policy and code, and of course generate revenue doing it. There's no other way to describe it. I know a lot of legal beagles like to argue with me about that. It's right in the U.S. Code, self-defined as a corporation. And what else would you call it when a bunch of men get together to push policy as law and make money off of it? That's the business. The business is legalism and corporatism. Okay? You are the product, arguably. So it's all of them. It's everywhere. It's fascism, socialism, Marxism, collectivism, and it's completely ensconced and taken over the whole world. Why? Because the majority of men and women on every land think that corporations are people too, think that statute, policy, and code is law. They buy into the idea of governance externally from groups of men with rules and policy rather than self-governance based in conscience. And again, if you want to use self-governance based in conscience as your primary modality for governance, I don't mind if you back it by a corporate endeavor. The problem is the corporate endeavor has to somehow figure out a way to make money by upholding the law of the land, and it's hard for them to do that. See, they got to start criminalizing people. Oh, you're using these kind of plants and herbs and whatever else. Well, now you're a drug addict, and we're going to criminalize you because we're going to chase you and put you in private prisons to make money off of you. By the way, let's go to this for all the folks who tell me we're not in collectivism and fascism already. What the fuck is this then? Someone tell me, and please call in now, immediately. I need you. The thing, people get intimidated by me. They don't understand. I need them. Don't be intimidated by me. I need you. You need to help me. I'm a very disturbed individual. Some have said. I'm going to make this nice and big because I'm confused again. We're not in collectivism. We're not in Marxism, statism, fascista. What is fascism again? The merger of state and corporate powers. Well, they did one better. They turned the whole damn state and the country into a damn corporation, or vice versa. How private prisons sued the state of Arizona for not having enough prisoners. What's that? What's that? All the courts and jails you go to are now private businesses, and they're suing the other corporations we call the state of for not providing them with enough products to house? Wow. It's almost like U.S. corporation and the state ofs are logistics companies and corporations. They're there to traffic in the souls and bodies of men and to ship them all around. And it's almost like the private prisons are private storage companies where they store the product for a fee. For everybody's safety, of course. So we're back to where we started, folks, 2,000 years ago, trading in the minds and hearts and souls and bodies of men for a fee. We're back to usury again, folks. We're back to the central bankers. Woe unto you lawyers and scribes and Pharisees and bankers. Remember that? We're there again. We never left. Could argue. So how are we not in? Because, you know, a lot of the right-wing magatards, they don't like to accept that we're in fascism despite who's in power. So in power, right? Imagine that idea. They go around saying, who's our next leader going to be? Who's going to take power? But they're not in socialism. They're not in dictatorship. They're not in fascism. They're not in collectivism. They don't believe. But state ofs, which are deemed as corporations, have their own tax identification number, their own TIN number, their own DUNS numbers, which means they're corporations, legally by definition. They're suing. The state of corporations are suing private prison corporations for not sending them enough people. And you know what it says in the article? It doesn't say anything. You know what it reads in the article? It reads, the private prison companies don't care about the law or code. They just want more people. Yes, it actually says that. They're quoted in the lawsuit saying, we don't care about any of that. You have a contract with us. You have a contract that reads that you have to send us X amount of slaves every month for us to house so we can all make money. You're not giving us that. You know why they're not, by the way? Take a guess for all you slaves who don't want to contribute and support, either financially or on the ground, right? More importantly, forget about the financing. Take a guess why the state ofs are now getting sued by private prisons, because I was one of them who went to 5 of them in 5 years, 6 of them in 5 years. Because it's not I'll give you the answer, because many of you aren't going to be able to come up with the answer, because it's not fucking profitable a lot of the time anymore, okay? Because we now have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of folks across the world, and America specifically, who are no longer complying. They're going to ask questions at court. They're not going to hire the slave attorney. They're not going to just pay the fine and go off. They're going to ask questions. They're going to apply the law, and they're going to get dismissal after dismissal. I know if I'm doing 50, 100 of them at a clip, year over year, I don't even care year over year, 5-year term. If I'm doing 50 to 100 at a clip over a 5-year term, then I know that there's dozens of other folks out there like me doing the same. Okay. So now they got a serious problem. We got a Cold War, a legalistic battle on the land where the private prisons are now suing the state of corporations for not sending them enough slaves. So everybody's going bankrupt. Why? Because little old Paulie boy and a few other dozen or 100 folks across America decided we're not going to comply anymore, and we're going to make it public and put a target on our back. And we're going to show you that not only do we not have any power, we have power and we can get results. Rocco fought City Hall. Remember that cartoon I shared with you guys? You may remember back in the day, Rocco's Modern Life. Great cartoon episode. I don't know about the rest of them. That's the only one I remember because that was the most important one, right? I didn't know at the time, but God was already allowing me to have certain ideas implanted in my head and heart and remembered forever, while everything else was essentially forgotten, because this is the work that we were called to do. This is an idea whose time has come. Universally, synchronistically, spiritually, holographically, prophetically, right? So again, that's how this is going to stop. That's how this is going to change. You're not going to vote your way out of this. That's how you got into this, by not being responsible and accountable, by being a bunch of cowards, going along to get along, and then wanting to project and hate on me, right? Or not contribute and support. And again, the greatest way to contribute and support on the ground with what you're inspired by is to reflect that. In a holographically reflective universe, the best way to contribute and support is to be that which you are inspired by and find empowerment with. Okay? That's another thing that got us here. The cult of personality. You all want to vote for and choose and do popularity contests and give millions and billions of dollars to a bunch of slaves who can't even talk without teleprompters to rule over your life. That's what got us here. See, there's only one way in, there's only one way out, but it's going to require the average individual to become something they never thought that they could do and be in this life. Inspired, living free, empowered, and civilly disobeying. So I look forward to more of that. I'm going to leave it right there. We'll go over the article at some point when I do the official broadcast. This is an unofficial non-cast. We're hunting MAGA swaves. Be very, very quiet. So yeah, we'll leave that there because again, I can only reiterate and repeat it so many different ways. But on the broadcast, we'll go over even more examples of socialism, fascism, Marxism, collectivism, and point out how while they claim that I and others are sovereign citizen tards who don't know the law. We're the only ones who are regularly effective at court, who get the administrators to admit on the bench, even out in the open, that this is what it is and what's going on. Even more proof of how embarrassingly pathetic but also entertaining this cosmic movie is, where all the folks getting paid hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars who are all in the seats of supposed power won't take the initiative to actually use those seats of power to do what's true and what's right. We have to question them in the seats of power and put our whole lives and freedom on the line in order to make something happen here. Now, while that is ridiculously embarrassing and entertaining, it is also prophetic in a way. It also makes the most sense, right? Those of us who may have been on drugs, who may not have been career men and women, who by society standards don't have much to live for here, right? Don't really have much opportunity in the corporate world, in the collectivist, socialist, fascistic empire. They just don't have much opportunity, right? They don't need to, because they got an opportunity with God and the truth, life, and way, and that's what matters the most. See how it works? Do you see how the holographic, Hollywood-like story cosmically unfolds? It's so perfect in its imperfection. It's so beautiful in its ugliness. So the universe / God calls on a bunch of ragtag folks who come from a checkered dark past, who don't have much opportunity in the corporate world, to take on the banner of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and put their life, and their freedom on the line. And more importantly than that, start getting more results than anybody. You gotta love it. Now, if only the rest of you would take the initiative and become responsible and accountable again, and be courageous and practice faith over fear and be willing to give up everything to get everything back, right? Because if you're not, if you don't, you know where it's going. We already know where it goes historically and where it's meant to go. We have some folks down there. I need to pay more attention to my chat because even though we're heavily shadow banned lately and limited, we're capped on our numbers here. It's obvious based on what we've seen for 5 years. That's okay. There's still some folks filing in, some new folks with the algorithm. So be more specific with your questions and I'll give you the answers you might need, or at least some reflection points to look at and sit with. I'm trying to avoid going back to prison for a DUI. I don't even drink anymore, and I took blood tests instead of breathalyzer. Well, this is the point, sir, Michael. You're one of the reasons we do this broadcast. Many of the folks who've come here over the years have been a part of those experiences at court, getting dismissals. And again, it's not about the win. It's not about the dismissal. Let me change some stuff up here. I'm going to kill the music. I got a huge fan going in the background here. I think I'm going to cut that. Or maybe not. I don't know. Something about it is I'm very sensitive with my broadcasting. When my environment changes at all, it somewhat interferes with my flow. But I'm a very sensitive man. Okay, I must be a liberal leftard. Okay, so Mike pointing out he's trying to avoid going back to prison for DI. Right. Here's a clue about how life works as a man and just in general, as a spirit having a physical experience. We don't do what we do because we're guaranteed a win. We do what we do because it's true and right to us, and we're almost guaranteed to lose. See how that works? Those are the moments that makes a man. When you show up to a quote unquote fight, you're almost bound to lose. You can't win. In quotes, right? You can't win. But you show up to fight anyway because it's true and it's right to you. And again, when I say fight, there's no fight here. This is how to win without fighting. This is how to win and have faith even if you're losing. What does that mean, Paulie boy? You're talking in circles. Well, because you could lose the battle but win the war. What's the war? Becoming actualized, realized, inspired, empowered, co-creative, self-governing, faithful over fearful, courageous instead of cowardly. That's the war. That's the war. That's the greatest purpose and meaning for us being here, you could argue. So this is where you see, this is why your public fool system has fucked you once again, because it gave you outcome-based education. See? And it taught you the end justifies the means and all these other different kinds of ideas that handicap you and disempower you. See, we're not doing this for outcome-based reasons. We're not doing this because we believe it's going to benefit us and others. We know that it will, but it may not, right? It may cause us and others harm. We may get put in a box. We may be killed historically. We're doing this because we believe and or know it's true and it's right, and it's foundationally in alignment. Regardless of what happens to us and our property and our body, that is true faith, that is true trust, that is true courage. By the way, that is true love, folks. See? What you really love and care for and believe in, you put your whole fucking life on the line for. That's true love and care. Many of you don't know any of that. You don't know true courage, true faith, or true love and true care. Quite frankly, technically based on definition and experience. Okay, so this is where we have to invoke the idea of God. You may not be religious. Great, I'm not religious either, but I could argue, if you want to take the term, I'm spiritual. Okay, we have to invoke this idea of God or spiritualism. So now we have the legalistic court of man where a bunch of clowns get in there and there's barely any audience, and they're going to make up some paperwork and try to run game on you, right? Some kind of little corporate game, you can argue, where the consequences are real. Your life is on the line. And then over here, you have this idea of God's court, where you're in a universe and you're connected to everybody and everything, scientifically proven, by the way. Okay? You're in a holographic, reflective court of the universe where you're connected to everything, including whoever, whatever you think God or the universe is. And you're now actively being karmically judged for who and what you are, what you put forth. Imagine caring about losing in that court, but winning in the court of man, right? See, we got to flip that dynamic. I don't give a fuck about your ridiculous circus zoo court, right? What do they call it? There's a term for this that is for some reason escaping me. It's rather cliche. The kangaroo court, right? I don't give a fuck about your circus freak show kangaroo court and what loser lowlife you're going to get to come in here and make some interpretation on his belief about who and what I am and what I'm doing that oftentimes is not in alignment with objective right and wrong by definition, right? I don't give a fuck about who or what you bring in here to make some judgment of man on me while you all pay for the island boys to run your life on both sides, right? The policy and code. Don't care, doesn't matter to me. What does matter to me is that I got to live with me and my conscience, and I didn't make my conscience. God put it there. I've tried to burn it out and ignore it at times, and it only came back to eat me up with guilt and shame. So becoming aware of the fact that I have a conscience that God put there, I have to be subservient to that because I got to live with that and whoever created that. And if I try to ignore that, right, or dishonor that, then it doesn't matter the results I get because I still got to live with me and that, right? That was called self-respect and honor at one point in life, right? That's another thing we struggle with in the modern day world. You can argue we struggled with these things collectively throughout history. That's why history is written as such. Basically, the whole story of history over and over again on every land is the collective being dishonorable and bad faith and cowardly, and a few individuals who rise to the occasion to practice the antithesis of that and get amazing results. Almost miraculous. You know why? Because the universe and God backs them. Backs them. That's the key. That's the trick. Proving that if you're godless and faithless and you don't know this experience of the universe backing you 1 versus 1,000, you'll never step into it. So you always get what you deserve. The word is deserve. It's spelled deserve, D-E-S-E-R-V-E. Based on what you're of service to will dictate the reality you get, will also dictate the rights, privileges, and benefits you get. Not only as above, but so below, because as within, so without. See, this is ancient Hermetic teachings and wisdom. This is scientific. As within, so without, as above, so below. Not only on Capitol Hill and down below with governance, but with truth, life, and way, and the spiritual manifestation of the metaphysical into the physical. And of course, the governor or the oracle, the the portal there, the modality is conscience. So, did you ever take lives? Yes, the number is down there. If you call me and I'm not getting the notifications, that's on the Google side. But yes, not only have I, but the number's down there. If you want to call in and have a chat, you're more than welcome to. You are the reason why we do this broadcast. You and the regular contributors and supporters who've been here for years. So, yes, there are contribution support links up top, and there are also emails. If you want to write me an email, questions, comments, concerns, where did I get it wrong? And there's a number pinned down there, 602-730-0122. And again, it's a very simple, they're very simple ideas here. I could do a lot of talking, but they really boil down to very simple ideas here. Most of the time, the majority's wrong. Because most people have certain tendencies, and they tend one way or the other. And they also have the tendency to not reflect upon who and what they are, what they believe, and challenge their own beliefs in order to rectify where they have lied to themselves and others. It's just most people tend to do that historically, right? So that's what this broadcast, among other dynamics, plays off of. It's guaranteed to deal with and plays off of, and then brings you back to a different perspective or understanding, right? So I don't care if you're a leftist or a right winger or whatever. If you're in some majority somewhere, you're probably wrong, because majorities are rarely, if ever, correct, right, and true. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a monetary system, a religious system, a legal system. If you have a consensus reality or an idea that is accepted by a majority, right? I'm talking millions of people historically, hundreds of millions of people. Because there's a fine line there, right? Between what we're seeing now, where hundreds of thousands and millions of people are not only waking up, but they're not complying anymore, and they're engaging in some sort of dialogue with their would-be oppressors that they once begged and paid to rule over them. They're now realizing are in fact the quote-unquote enemy without. Why are they the enemy without? They're not really your enemy. They're a reflection of the enemy within. Remember I said as above, so below, as within, so without. Well, if you act like a slave inside of yourself, then you're going to manifest a master outside of yourself. See, this is cause and effect related. This is not necessarily their fault. They're a response. They're an effect to a cause. The cause is you not understanding the cause, which is truth, life, and way, what we call God and universal law. You don't know that. You won't align with that. So you are taken away from the causality, right? Now you are an effect yourself. The effect is slavery. Why is the effect slavery? Because the cause is God, truth, life, way. If you don't hold that or align with that, you are an effect. The effect is slavery and mindlessness. My people perish for lack of knowledge and discernment. So now you are an effect creating an effect. What is the effect of a being who is not in alignment with the cause? They get ruled over. Why? Because the being who's not in alignment with a cause can't govern himself effectively in conscience, because he's not in alignment with truth, life, way, and God as an idea, as a way of beingness, not a man in the sky. So that is spiritually, metaphysically, technically, scientifically sound and legitimate. You are not in alignment with this. You don't understand this. So you are behaving this way. Based on that behavior, you are manifesting a reflection of that. Everything is perfect in its imperfection. It's beautiful in its ugliness because it's holographic and reflective. All the parts reflect the whole, and the whole reflects the parts. That is a completely enclosed universe, one verse system that plays itself out based on a set of laws. We are not here to interpret those laws. We are here to attempt to check our ego and our belief systems that are oftentimes made up and hallucinatory, and get into alignment to some degree with what the universe's laws are, and then be that and do that to get the greatest effect. That's how we become the most productively efficient. Getting in alignment with the system's dynamics is how you become the most productively efficient and prosperous. Not by ignoring that, denying that, deflecting from that, and then thinking you're going to get a bunch of clowns to overwrite the universe and make it better than it was already created by its creator, who is not knowable or nameable, but you can either be with it or be it. See the paradox there? You can't name it, you can't know it, but you can be with it or be it, a reflection of it. See, it takes all the cult of personality right out of the experience. Takes all identification right out of the experience. Takes all pride and ego and individuation right out of the experience. Because you can't know it or name it, but you can be with it or be it through reflection. Just like self, right? Self is not Paul, John, Joe, Jim, Jacob. It's not individuated. It's not divided. It's not special. It's not unique. Why? Because at the core of John, Joe, Jim, and Jacob is conscience, and it can understand right from wrong to some level of universal uniformity, right? John, Joe, Jim, and Jacob can all come to understand, no matter what land they're on, across this planet, as they call it, they can come to understand that lying, cheating, stealing, and doing harm to others is fucking wrong, because you wouldn't want it done to you. It's called empathy, one of the cornerstones of a functional human experience, a conscionable experience where you're able to use your conscience. Another thing we're lacking here, not only conscience, but empathy. Why? Because in the business of collectivism, Marxism, and fascism, it doesn't pay to care. It isn't profitable to empathize, It is very profitable to attempt to cremate your care, to numb your heart, in order to do to others what you wouldn't want done to yourself, because we're going to raise that bottom line, see? And now we're back to self-governance again. No amount of paying for the island boys to run your life is going to change the fact that how we got here is a lack of conscience and will, the two things God gives us that no other man can give us. And if you give it over to another man, you'll be taken for a ride. Conscience and will. Two things that God gave us that you attempted to destroy or numb out with all the meds and the alcohol so you could do the will of a conscienceless being or group of beings. Why? Because they sold you the lie that if you're comfortable here and you have enough coupons for value, then you fucking made it, Jack. Oh, you made it all right. You created a living hell for yourselves and each other. Now you got to live in it. And instead of looking around to figure out how we're going to rectify the situation, you're going to live in denial and delusion and lie to yourselves and others and just keep going along to get along. All right, let's get back. Again, I can rant and ramble all day. Democracy is my rule. Absolutely, by definition, democracy is my rule. It is collectivism. When you tell me about a republic, if you can keep it, and then you mix it with democratic and you call it a democratic republic, I know that not only on one level, on three levels, you have no idea who and what you are, what history is historically, and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, okay? So again, the republic was only great if the individual's rights were secured. The moment you have to choose into a group collective to get the individual's rights back or get them secured, you've lost the plot, as they say across the pond. You're completely deceived and duped out. And spiritually, prophetically, we know that's the case because the whole world is in the hands of the deceiver, the dark one, the shaitan. And again, it's not just politically, it's religiously, it's economically, energetically, psychologically, emotionally, sociologically, romantically. All across the board, you are deceived, and you've repeated deceptions with your friends and family and all the retards growing up around you, and you have confirmation bias because of your collectivism and your collective hallucination where you were all simultaneously programmed and uploaded by your media So you upload it and program through repetition and media manipulation. You go around repeating this to your other retarded friends and family. They repeat back what they're uploaded with. That's called consensus reality and consensus bias, okay? Doesn't mean you're right and true and you're on the money. It means you verified your beliefs with a bunch of other people who don't care about veritas, the truth. That's not verification. That is delusion, denial, and deception. And historically, that's what the majority of folks are engaged in. Even worse, you're in the cult of collectivism because not only do you verify this with your friends and family, you think you know the truth because some expert verified it for you somewhere, someone usually you've never met. We've taken it to the next level. We've completely outsourced the cult. No longer your retarded friends and family who repeat the crap they're uploaded with through the state and the media. It's your expert on TV somewhere who's got to know better than you because he's got a piece of paper and a suit. Don't you know? It was just that easy. How do you take over a whole world and get them to do the will of Shaitan while they destroy themselves and each other and everything great? Well, you just get them to pay for their own flashy screens that talk to them. And tell them what you want them to believe. And then tell them also what you don't want them to research. How? Through humiliation, mockery, rituals. What are you, questioning government again and looking for the law and truth? You must be some kind of sturdy sovereign citizen. Yeah, it was just that easy. Through humiliation and mockery, repetitious rituals, the cultist collectivists know what to say and what to look at and what to ignore and not repeat. And they want to tell me they're unique and individual. They're all their own mind, right? My father used to tell me growing up, Paul, you think I'm that stupid? You insult my intelligence, that I don't have my own mind to think for myself? Yeah. And then I go, would you like me to prove it, Dad? He goes, okay, because he's like kind of turned on by the abuse. You have to be in this trauma-based mind control cult, somewhat turned on and excited by the abuse. See, it's interesting. He used to say, Paul, stop abusing me when I would tell him this truth. While he would pay to be abused by his corporate masters, he would suck the boot of. See, complete inversion land. I'd say, okay, Dad, I'll take you up on this offer. This is at like 12, 14 years old with like a 40-year-old man. I go, here's proof right off the bat. You don't think for yourself. You pay slave tax every year. Do you want to? No. Does everyone else want to? No. Do you do it anyway because they tell you have to? Yeah. Okay. You go to work every day, someplace you don't like, right? Around a bunch of people you don't respect. Yeah. Do you like to do that? No. Do you want to do that? No. Do you do it because everyone else does it and they say you have to? Yeah. Okay. Did you vote, Dad? Yes. Well, who'd you vote for? One of the two retards they gave you on both channels? Well, of course. Why? Because everyone else does. And if we don't vote for this side, then that side's going to get in. Do I have to continue here? Well, Dad, do you trade paper every day with people's faces on it backed by nothing? Yeah. Do you think that's money? Yeah. Do you realize it's not? It's a promissory note? No. Do I need to? I still get my rice for now. Right. But you're your own mind and you have your own thoughts and you think for yourself and you're not like everyone else. You're not as stupid and foolish as everyone else. No, you're more so. You know why? Because the fool that knows he's a fool is that much wiser. The fool who thinks he's wise is an eternal fool. See how that works? Another paradox again. Can't run from yourself. Every time you go to turn that corner, there you are again. There's the truth again. So that's the humbling reality here that most have to face, that they've not only been duped and deceived, they're in complete delusion and denial, and they believe themselves to be unique and special and have their own thoughts and their own way of beingness. You don't. You can't prove that. And if you give me 10 minutes, I'll go down the list and prove exactly the opposite to be true. And again, that's not necessarily a negative thing if we understand what true collectivism here is. Again, holographic, reflective, synchronistic. It actually can be very empowering. You mean none of us can ever be truly alone here or separated from God or each other? Nope, not possible scientifically. You mean none of us can ever actually be enslaved because we can never be separated from the law because the law dwells within us, and if we're all connected to each other, you could put me in a box right now, but I'm still out there on a metaphysical or mitochondrial level? Yeah. You mean I'm still inspiring and affecting people out there, even if I'm in a box? Yeah, because we've proven the 100th monkey effect, which is part of more of the proof of you can never actually be unique, special, divided, or individuated. See, that could be very disempowering to the prideful, egotistical slave who wants to be their own person and different and unique and special, like their mama told them they were. They got the spirit of their mama. See? But when we come full circle, we kill off that idea because we understand truth, life, and way and holographic reflectivity. We go from the pride and ego being hurt because we're not unique and special and individuated to the spirit being inspired and empowered because we're not unique and different and special and individuated. We don't have to be. That's where our power comes from. Truth, life, and way through a conscient-able, trustworthy, honor-able life through a mechanism we didn't create, nor can we destroy. We didn't put it there, but we have to serve it. See? That becomes inspiring, empowering. That becomes the rock of our faith system. When you take us away from everyone else and take everything from us, we cling to that and our understanding. See, there's another side to that statement. My people perish for lack of knowledge. My people also prosper because of the knowledge and the discernment. This is how you do this work in a certain way. This is how you walk this path. There isn't a being who's tapped into greatness and freedom throughout the ages who hasn't tapped into this understanding and therefore aligned with God and the universe. It's all right there. The Democrats want anarchy, lawlessness, and violence. Defend the police. No, that's what your centralized Kabbalists want you to believe, and they're funding people to project that image. So you could be the response to that effect. Again, we have another delusional, in denial person who's caught up in the PSYOP, psychological operation. It's been ruled on Supreme Court that the media can lie to you. Okay? We track the money on both sides. We know who's funding these organizations and these ideas. We know who's paying people to record it and send it out to the rest of you so you can repeat these dynamics as the whole story. That's not true. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a Democrat by any means. I've never voted. I think everybody's deceived and retarded and embarrassing. What you just said is an extreme characterization, and it's given you by one half of this two-sided same coin. Because they want to get you to fight each other while they continue to take your rights and property and your future and impose AI on you. You fucking idiot. Stop calling George Soros and those organizations who fund a few thousand people to do crazy violent behavior and then call it anarchy. Stop saying that's the whole reality. You are the problem. Turning my mic down a little bit. If I'm too low or too loud, let me know. Okay, so again, thank you for doing that, though, because you just put on display exactly what I just spoke about for the last 30 minutes that I've talked about 1,000 times before. You just repeated words and buzzwords and phrases. You don't even know what they mean. Anarchy means the absence of archons. Anarchy. Anarchon. It's the absence of a ruler, you fucking retard. Hold on. I have no shirt on because it's been 100 and something degrees here. And even with my best AC, it's not as cool as it could be. And that's okay. I like dwelling in the raw, in the nude, like the wild, untamed creature that I am in this creation. Let me put a shirt on so I can come on camera with my beautiful face and look you in the face to tell you this. I like the old time radio vibe, but it's not what it could be. Give me one moment, please. Hold on. Let me set a scene for you. I don't ever want dead air here. Okay. Although sometimes I purposely give you dead air because I like to gamble a little bit.
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vaxxed, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI, maybe you need more rockdown and shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
All right, now we got this camera, man. It's always something with the brightness. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, it's kind of better. It's somewhat better. Okay. Now, where were we? Right. Should we do a little etymology here? Do a little etymology. Then we got to get back at some point. I have to get back to my leftist news today. Why not? It's all lies on all sides. Okay. So so the word anarchy comes from ancient Greek meaning lack of leader. Okay? And again, this makes sense. Anarchy or anarchon, the lack of a ruler, a leader, or a master. Okay? Now, again, does it sound like, I know that you automatically call me or anybody who doesn't agree with you a liberal leftist, leftard. Hold on, we got to do something about this table. I've been recently updating my whole setup, and I need to do more of that. One of them is this table setup. Not what it could be. It needs to improve. One moment, please. Pardon me one moment. Okay, so let's go back. Where were we, right? This person in chat has no idea what they're talking about. What a surprise. And they're projecting onto me and others from their ignorant, arrogant state. Another big surprise. And we have to correct them. We don't have to, but we choose to, because that's the service we do here, right? The service we do here is a non-service. No contracts, no guarantees, oftentimes with no compensation. But it's needed. This is the irony of it. It's service, non-service that you could argue is needed more than any other service that is highly paid, right? I'm bringing you a better understanding of your reality than you currently have, right? That's life-changing. That's going to get us out of slavery and genocide, right? Service, non-service. So again, you projected I'm a Democrat. I'm not. I don't identify with any of this crap. You projected that as a Democrat that I want anarchy, and you think that means lawlessness and no rules or rulers. It doesn't. And you didn't listen to anything I was just saying, because I said whoever, whatever God is or the universe, put a conscience in us and a care to govern us. There's your governing force. I know that's very difficult for a lot of you to comprehend. Well, Paulie boy, how are we going to get everybody to do what's true and what's right unless we elect a bunch of corrupt tyrants to tell everybody to do what's true and what's right? What? Huh? Exactly. Makes no sense if you don't think about it, or if you do think about it. I guess it makes no sense. We got to watch these people. They get themselves in trouble thinking. They don't know how to do it. So again, nobody said lawlessness and the lack of rulers or rule. That's the opposite of what anarchy is. Anarchy means we don't want island boys running our life with thousands of policies and codes and telling us what to do with our property. That is archonism. That is dictatorship. Right? We could come up with a bunch of different names that reflect that idea. So no, anarchy is never the absence of law and rule and rulers. It's the recognition that we're all the rulers of ourselves and nobody else. And we have to govern ourselves with conscience and care that God / the universe put there. Okay? You know how I know that you're an idiot and you can't even think past your nose, right? All you have to do is go to the mafia or another gang. If you can't understand that U.S. corporation, other corporations are another reflection holographically of mafiosi and others, all you have to do is go to the mafia, because you'll say, well, the people on the ground that aren't told what to do by the corrupt tyrants, they're corrupt and tyrannical. They have no rules and no rulership. There's always rules and rulership because there's always conscience and heart-based care, you moron. Except for people like you. See, people like you are the reason why people like you say we have to govern people like you and then therefore everyone else. Because you recognize you don't have any conscience or care. So you wonder, how's everyone else going to function? Well, the rest of us aren't like you. That's what you need to understand. See? But even if we go to the gang, the lowest of the low, right? We go to criminality where people do hits every day for the code and for money, right? There's always rules. There's always laws. Because even the most low-life thug who's going to put a gun to the back of your head and blow your brains out, you can argue that function may be needed here. I don't want to do it or be a part of it. I don't like it. I might be fit for the job, quite frankly, but I don't like it. I don't want to be part of it. But even amongst the group who's going to put who's literally going to walk the friend in who they had made because they broke the code and put a gun to the back of their head, say, hey, you want something to drink? Go ahead and reach in that fridge right there. Right? And then you just put a bullet right in the back of their head because they broke the code. See? The code doesn't come from the Don Paulione. The code comes from a moral understanding of right from wrong. Okay? Even in the mafia, even with the gang members. I know this is shocking stuff. So stop this fucking buzzword put off projection that your masters gave you, that anybody who doesn't want the island boys who traffic in the men and women, right? Who send your boys to war for the central bankers and your girls to Epstein Island. Saying we don't want them to run our lives and tell us we're criminalized for being free and prosperous and pursuing our happiness isn't anarchy in the way that you see it. You don't even understand it. Nor was the Republic, if you want to call it that, ever supposed to be anything but self-governing. So by definition, Your founders, they're not my founding daddies, but your founding daddies with their constitution codified anarchy by definition and literally put in there and said, we have God-given rights. We have no archons here. There are no masters and no rulers. These folks are here with a limited power to reflect us and represent us. If they don't want to reflect us in the proper manner, they're illegitimate, and we can literally kill them to stop them from interfering with our rights and causing us loss, injury, and harm. You're so dunced out and retarded, you don't even know the definitions of words, how they apply, or the fact that you're advocating for the antithesis of your position. And you're calling your position, by definition, the antithesis of your understanding. Because you're in inversion land. Again, if you really were a Republican conservative and you understood American fundamentalism and idealism and exceptionalism, you would understand the root is precisely anarchy. If you understood Christed beingness and Jesus and who and what he was as a being on the ground and how he was treated, you would understand the core of his belief system and philosophy and metaphysical understanding is anarchy. And what does it mean? It means no earthly masters and rulers. That isn't the absence of masters and rules, because God put conscience and a heart-based care in every man and woman to know right from wrong and an impetus to do it. And a guilt and a shame when they don't do it. There's your governance system. And your rich pedo collectivist system doesn't do it any justice and can't overtake it. It can't do it better than it was created to be done. And by the way, if you don't adhere to the original governing cosmic system, no amount of voting and getting island boys together is going to correct that lack of alignment with systems dynamics. You fools. You're just going to muddy the waters and make things worse. This is a cosmic, psychological, sociological, spiritual, philosophical resolution. If you try to solve these problems you've created with politics and systems, you will do revolution, which means complete circle to revolve. Revolution, one revolution, you did it again. And you'll kill yourselves and each other trying to get it right. People will die, but nobody will truly live. Do you not understand what the fuck I'm saying and how it applies? Can't make it any simpler than what I just made it. And if I could make it any simpler and you can't or won't understand it, it wouldn't matter if I could. You won't adhere to God's law and God's program of governance, so your land and your people are in judgment. And your land and people are therefore in slavery and genocide. And more it's coming out who and what is running everybody on all sides. Exactly how it's supposed to be. The universe is desperately trying to get you cowardly, ignorant, arrogant slaves to do the right thing and hold your supposed leaders accountable and responsible. And recognize your supposed leaders can never actually lead you because they can't or won't lead themselves, and neither will you. So it's the blind leading the blind. It's the corrupt and tyrannical leading the corrupt and tyrannical. Reprobates leading reprobates. Could that ever really be leadership? Absolutely not. What you have is a whole culture, society, and generation running off a cliff proverbially. Metaphorically. Should we get back? Listen to more of the lies, because they're just going to inspire me to do another loop, right? That's all this is. Anarchy is a Republican thing, bro. January 6th, stop it and wake up. One comes in to play off the fraud from the leftist side, then the other comes in for the fraud on the right-wing side. Bro, I'm not a Republican. Bro, I wasn't there on January 6th. Bro, I could see down the block and around the corner. You don't think that I know that January 6th is a psyop? Come on, man. Dude, I'm going to start doing the Joe Biden thing. I'm not a leftist or Republican, but I'm going to start talking like Joe Biden when he was talking to that idiot at the construction plant where he worked at, where he told the slave to his face, I don't work for you, fats. The guy said, you work for us. And he told him straight out what it was. I love it. He said, I don't work for you. Thank you, Joe. Just like I wish Donnie would do more of that. I don't work for you and the people / legal persons. I work for the central bankers who've taken out surety bonds on all of you persons as legal persons, who generated the credit and collateral to fund me in this whole system. I don't work for you, you produced slave who's been turned into a product, you overly produced slave. I don't work for you just because you pay the slave tax. You do what I tell you to do. See the difference? Guys sitting here telling me about January 6th, another event where they open the doors and let everybody run in. Let me try a January 6th this month and see what the fuck happens. Are you kidding me? Are you guys serious? Is this real? Just that easy. Still not listening and don't get it how government as a corporation regularly kills its own people to stage attacks, or stages attacks where nobody dies and then makes it the biggest event ever so they can make policy off of it and get retards like you to spit it back at me when the policy comes out to police everybody from within the cult. Don't you get it? You honestly think if I got a few thousand or even 1,000 people, however many it was, to storm some government facility, according to you, they'd open the doors and let me in to do a photo shoot? No, they wouldn't. They'd lock it down. They'd bring in snipers and helicopters, and they'd start blowing people up if they had to stop them. Just like they did with Randy Weaver for selling a shotgun over 6 inches, whatever it was, on Ruby Ridge. You forgot about that? Where they killed everybody but him, including the dog and the baby and the woman? Guys are beyond in denial and delusional. Yeah, the corporation that blows up whole nations if it has to force New World Order and centralized banker policy on everybody, just got overran and overtaken by Republicans with flagpoles. God, you people are stupid. No wonder why there's a never-ending line anywhere you go. I don't care where you go where there's frauds and scams. There's a never-ending line. Starbucks coffee, perfect example. Scam, fraud, never-ending line. For people to pay 10 times what the damn coffee costs so they can get some artificial sweetener to get diabetes. That never-ending line all across this nation for poison, toxicity, and scams. Because you're just that fucking lazy, weak, cowardly, stupid, or toxified, willing to kill yourself and other. Just that simple. I know it. I know it like I know my own name. Because knowledge of self is knowledge of others. You have to come to know yourself and correct yourself, and then you come to know others, and you can offer them correction. Okay? So anarchy is not a neocon, because there are no Republicans nowadays. Neocon. Anarchy is not a neocon Republican thing from the perspective you say it is. January 6th was an anarchy. They stormed a place where they had no right to go, essentially, you could argue, because they contractually agreed to be ruled over and paid for it. So now you do the crime, you do the time. They were told by their representatives and officials who are there to govern those slaves not to go into that property. They disregarded their duties and obligations, even though they were extended benefits and privileges. They gave up their natural rights, and they don't have a claim or title to that property. You went in there to cause loss, injury, or harm. You went in there to cause a problem. That didn't solve anything. All you did was be part of a worldwide psyop where they taped everybody, put it out to the world, and said, this is what Republicans stand for, anarchy. And then they defined anarchy for everybody and then made it look like people are trying to take over the government and trying to reestablish some sovereign citizen reality. Another psyop to demean and devalue and try to disempower what I and others are actually doing, because moronic frauds like you will go around repeating it everywhere and equating me and others to that scene. That's what it was done for. To set a stage and a narrative, you bought it and you spit it right back out and project it onto me and others, actually doing the work and bringing you truth. Right? Absolutely fascinatingly amazing and frustrating. He's quoting January 6th now. You know what's even more fascinating is doing this broadcast over the last 5 years. I've had half a dozen folks who were at January 6th in the photos show up here. And I can tell you, they're not a threat. They're not going to do anything. They don't even carry guns, these people. They're not true Americans. They're not faithful. They're not willing to sacrifice and uphold the law or exercise their rights. They're just more duped out cowards who are part of some collectivist simulation here. And they don't know what to do to correct themselves in their life and get their future back or create their future. They're just willing dupes. Many of them drunks and drug addicts. Okay? That's all this was. Bunch of willing, desperate dupes, drunks and drug addicts who realize their future and their present has been compromised, don't know how to get it back, showing up for overly publicized simulations for crisis actors and PSYOP events. And they still can't see the picture. The Donnie and the rest of them are part of it. They promoted it. They supported it. So the other side could demonize it. So they could play both sides against the middle. So they could start a war between the left and the right. They could ascribe certain values to one side, certain values to the other, even though neither side actually stands for that. And then they could proclaim to have a cause while fighting each other, while both sides of the apparatus of the state take everybody's future rights and property. Through codifications and policies and endless wars, either foreign wars or domestic wars on the people, through a legalistic corporatistic front, where they've taken over the courts through corporate takeover, and they basically are using lawfare to do loss, injury, and harm on everybody who wants their freedom and pursuit of happiness back. None of you are standing for that on either side. None of you are for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. If you were, you would not be statists. You would not be for statute, policy, and code running your life, which is not law, at exchange for your rights. You would not be for choosing leaders to run your life. If I didn't say that already, I don't know how many times I could repeat this, how obvious it should be. You'd not be for any of that, and you're for all of that. And the worst part is you're fighting each other to prove your point when you're pointless. Let's get back. There's only so many different ways I could say it. Again, if you want to call in the numbers down there, although Google and YouTube and the rest have been heavily interfering with me lately, not only on the numbers and notifications front, but on the Google Voice and all the rest of the apps. Because again, what we have is more and more a technocratic monopoly coming forth to do the corporate takeover, not only on the land and the people, but all the services, right? All the supposed media presentments, so that it can start to direct everybody where people need to go, to the experts, and keep them away from those harmful folks who are a danger to their democracy, right? Let's get that clip and then we'll go back. That one never gets old, huh? Oh, I don't have it up there. Okay, well, let's go to this one first. We go short-term pain, long-term gain. Then we go danger to our democracy. Whoa. That's pure moods. We might need a little bit of pure moods after all this.
Short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term, 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 and long-term.
Short-term.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Right. It's either a short-term pain or short dick pain, which is kind of paradoxical. We got a lot of short dick, inauthentic corporate males out there who, you know, they smirk and they get off on. I'm pretending to be a Republican conservative, but I'm spitting out the same script the leftist Democrats are on their news station. But we're all independent. We're all trusted news sources, right? They love it. They love playing on you stupid, duped out slaves. That's what the inauthentic corporate mail is all about. See, I have that in me too. I just do it more out in the open. I just tell you, I go, listen, this is what it is. You're not going to like it. I'm going to mock you with it because you need it. I'm going to get off on it somewhat, but ultimately I don't like where it's all going. It's bad for all of us, right? But this is what it is. They say, no, I'm going to take everything. I'm going to take your property, your rights, your soul. I'm going to fuck your bitch too, because I'm going to convince that goofy bitch the state is where she gets her protection and her power. I'm going to have it all. While you repeat my narratives. They get off on it while I get paid for it, right? Of course, a criminally minded, wannabe empowered control freak liar would get off on that. Are you kidding? So let's go to, we got the short-term pain, long-term game. They're proving once again that left-wing and right-wing media sources are spitting out their talking points from a centralized script writer. Maybe one day the rest of these folks will get it. Let's go to another example of that, where the left wing and the right wing came on the news to tell everybody in tandem. It's weird how they disagree on everything else, but on certain issues, they totally agree. Like Paulie's a sovereign citizen, and his understanding of rights and freedom is wrong, and you don't want that. And you don't listen to that because that's a danger to our democracy, right? I'm talking to you through our slave hole portal here. That's what this is. It's almost got I'm seeing it on the fly. It's almost got a 6-pointed star vibe to it as well. Through your State of Israel central banker funded media sources on both sides, your collectivist media sources that tell you never to question or stop complying with the statism, they disagree on everything except for certain key points. And they speak exactly the same and use the same words for some reason. Can we start to figure out why? Can we start to maybe figure out where the real power and value is located with people, places, and things?
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
The El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 You know what's really, it's not a democracy. Republicans and leftists all coming together to gaslight the people that we're in democracy, which is mob rule collectivism, because that's what they want and that's what they've created. A corporate democratic takeover of a Republican self-governing nation and its God-given rights. And this is the real danger to it. This swine right here. Thank you for showing up to show us all in live time a holographic, reflective, synchronistic simulation of everything I'm talking about. It never fails to disappoint. They don't see how magical and miraculous that is. They take it for granted here because it just goes on like that. I say something, I lay out a whole idea, and then someone shows up to literally identify with it and present as that being. I couldn't run a college course better. Nothing produced, but everything is produced. How does that work, Paulie boy? Well, God of all media is connected to God of creation, and it's the best screenwriter ever. Oh, you should see it. So this person's not doing a bit. This is their cult, and this is who and what they are. In corporatism, they call it capitalism. It's not capitalism. Free trade is what they mean. It's not free trade. It's corporatism. And in corporatism, folks like LANRA, this format is terrible. I keep meaning to let them know. I can barely read this. I have to go over here now. LANRA Gigante. That must be Italian for giant moron. Lantar. Yeah, giant retard. Lantar Gigante. I'm MAGA and I'm all for our lives being taken over by the richest people in the country. We exist to serve them because they're smart and harder working than all of us. Even if that person's doing a bit, they're tapping into realities that I've heard and seen before. I've heard and seen my cucked out father tell me at one point, if this is the idea of what you're saying collectivism is and dictatorship, well, then you know what? Maybe we need it. I had him at the rallies tell me they want a monarchy reestablished. They're that fucking desperate and slaved out. Their self-worth, for good reason, is so low at this point. They're literally coming out and saying, we need smarter, more richer people to run our lives. By the way, that was what Obama said when in one of his famous speeches. Boy, you people are so stupid. You're so easily. This is why, really, I shouldn't do this broadcast. They're right. I should go, like they tried to question me when I was about to graduate high school. They brought me down for a whole test. I know what it was. I don't know. I believe it. I don't want to sound, it's already going to sound crazy, but to some people it sounds crazy. I believe they were screening me because they said, Paulie boy always asks questions. He doesn't want to cooperate. He puts his philosophies across in class. No one cares. Certain teachers were intrigued and entertained and fascinated. And I think word got back, right, to whoever, whatever. And they said, we got one here. He can think. He can talk. He's got some balls. He's questioning. He sees through the game. He'd be a great asset for us. Can't prove it. Sounds a little far-fetched and out there. Not if you saw what just happened the last 6 years, how it's all organized. It's all centralized. They pick from the public to do their work and agendas, right? And many of the people in the public don't even know what they're a part of when they get picked and paid to do the collectivist work for their masters, right? So I had a belief. I have a belief that that's what it was. They said this guy could be useful to us, and then they gave me a test. And as soon as they asked me, this was an actual question, would you kill thousands of newborn babies to save the planet? I now realize later what that was. And I know folks will say, oh, Paul, you're making too much of it. They were just asking questions to establish your moral compass. Yes, maybe on a lowest technical level. On the highest level, it was revelation and method, and it was a spiritual simulation, right? That this thing, whoever, whatever that works through both sides of the people knows it's going to bring about at some point. Knows it because it's part of the light age, dark age cycle loop of the cosmic simulation. It knows at some point it's going to ask a whole bunch of intelligent, supposedly intelligent people who have morality within them that God put there to do something so bizarre and heinous that the posterity will look on history and wonder how it ever took place, right? And the answer is always statism and the powers that shouldn't be, convincing everybody to do something. Again, how does the phrase go? Those who will believe absurdities will commit atrocities, right? That is another theme in history. So they might be right, those people who I believe can't prove it. We're trying to screen me to be an asset to their organizations, because many of you would rather be pimped on and lied to than told the truth anyway. Largely in part, I'm wasting my time here on the lowest level, on the most worldly, earthly level. On the highest level, this thing's already done. You folks have been beaten before you started fighting. Your best efforts will only undo you. And as we get closer and more into Judgment Day, you will be undone from within, from below. Your position, your footing will be revealed, and it will be shown to you and everybody else that what you've been standing on has no grounding, and it will collapse from underneath you. It's part of the light age, dark age cycle and the great reset that is cosmically organized and baked into this programming and consciously organized based on you folks' majority lack of conscience and co-creative will and intention. Okay, so there it is, right out of the subconscious, right out of the id, a lack of self-worth and self-care, a lack of self-governance, an admission of the fact that this person hates themselves and the idea of accountability, responsibility, and personal choice, and that only those who work more and make more money should be entitled to tell everybody else what to do. MAGA is now in their corporatistic, fascistic way supporting aristocracy on a supposedly Republican, free and brave land. How beautiful in its ugliness. How apropos. How appropriate. It's okay, Paul, because when shit hits the fan, even more there will be record of what you try to tell people. By then, it will be too late, at least in the short term. In the long term, a reformation, renaissance, reestablishing will happen. I will be a part of it in my own neck of the woods, in my own corner of the world. I may become more known and renowned at some point for this understanding I laid out and for the practice that I've taken on. Who knows? Who really cares? Right? The work is done here and now before the effect of the cause ever comes about, and we're way past that, right? It's just levels to it. It's a continuum. By that point, again, we'll all be so much more focused on our immediate world. And again, that's part of why we need it as well. We're way too out in the metaverses. This is a we statement. We're way too out in the metaverse, involved in the world and what it's doing, right? Disconnected from self and what's in our immediate surroundings, right? And that's another part of a reordering and reperspective of Great Reset is folks like got to get taken away from their technology for a time. They got to be reintroduced to their supernatural environment. They have to be reintegrated with a universal system of connection and communication and co-creation. And it is literally the antithesis or absence of, for the majority, for the most part, of whatever this technocracy is bringing in. You could argue, right? I won't make an absolutist statement. I can make an argument for each side, as is the case most of the time. Because usually there's a middle ground, right? There's a middle way. Govern it like middle way in all things. I'll walk the middle way for a few of them to show you. Governance and governance externally can be a thing if it's commensurate with governance internally and the rule of law, universal law. If it's not, it's illegitimate, right? So I'm not saying overthrow government or do away with it completely. I'll meet you in the middle every time. We'll go back to the Wild West, which is significantly less wild than a modern day big city. More gaslighting, by the way, that the Wild West was so wild. No, your average big city nowadays, way more robberies, rapes, murders going on weekend by weekend than any Western town. I would bet anything on it. So we'll meet you back where we started, and I'll meet you in the middle. We got our sheriffs. They're peacekeepers. Remember that term, peacekeepers, right? We're here to keep the peace. That means we don't activate until someone breaches the peace. What breaches the peace? Loss, injury, harm, direct threat to the public. Very simple criteria. If you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing. Paulie boy is going to get paid to sit at the station and wait. He's going to hurry up and wait. So go ahead, cause some loss, injury, and harm so I can come out and have a conversation with you folks, and we can remedy the situation and maybe compensate if you cause somebody loss, injury, and harm. You got to compensate them some way, somehow. You got to pay your debt to society. If that's not happening, which 85 to 90% of criminalized actions nowadays in legal system do not generate a victim, do not create a direct threat to the public, are not actionable under a lawful system, we don't even talk about it because that's not self-governance. You want to drink and kill yourself and abuse your progeny and put them all on drugs? Oh, wait, that's where we're at now. Sorry. Let me get back to when it was not that, but we're going to gaslight everyone that it was that because it was so wild and unsafe. We got to bring in the pedos on both sides, the rich pedos, to create order while they traffic everybody and take their property rights. Sorry, I got confused. So yeah, you want to get back to a culture and reality where people are free and kept safe. They were more responsible and accountable. That means they govern themselves. They keep themselves and each other safe. And they don't even talk to an agent of the state or any other corporation unless they need a service. And the only service government can legitimately provide is peacekeeping. Not criminalizing everybody for not following policies and codes that don't create a victim or a loss of rights or destruction of property. Very fucking simple. If you can't understand that, you need to be in a padded cell because you're a wrongdoer. See the irony and paradox there? If you can't understand that using the state to weaponize the state, to criminalize the individual for stuff that doesn't cause a victim or a crime is creating a victim in a crime, you need to be locked up and criminalized and put in a padded cell because you are a wrongdoer who's a part of wrongdoing. And you're involved in RICO, Because you're paying to have people criminalize the individual, take their rights and property, and you're generating profit off that. That is not only unlawful, it's illegal. For all you fake-ass Republicans and Democrats out there. You're really just anti-life, anti-human, anti-Christ, anti-American statist. The founding fathers wouldn't take a shit on you because their feces would be good manure. It doesn't have microplastics and fluoride in it. They wouldn't waste their time and energy to take a shit on you because you're so not worthy of that. The Christed being here when he came here to build his own cross, much as I do with this broadcast, to be strung up on it by a bunch of collectivists who don't know themselves and can never know me, let alone truth, life, and way, wouldn't take a shit on you because he wouldn't want to waste his feces and all the power in that feces that you don't even possess to create more life and to fertilize and to nurture, wouldn't even look at you twice to waste his excrement to take a shit on you. He would tell you, go away from me, I never knew you. You can't know me and who and what I am because you don't know yourself, truth, life, and way. We got to get back. Got to get back because I'm not an expert, Paulie boy. And you just cursed at the audience and you just called them names and you insulted them. You got loud. You didn't sell them some fake-ass product to save them from what they keep creating for themselves and each other. You're a horrible person and a bad broadcasting host, Paulie boy. I got to call myself out now. This is why more people won't subscribe and share and listen. Because you won't come on like Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity while the pedos are running your whole culture and society into the ground. You won't come on and act nice, kind, and polite and giggle in everybody's face like it's a joke, like it's funny. Like it's just another job you're doing to pass the time, right? See, that's the way to be prosperous and successful in all ways in this life. Just don't give a fuck. Just don't care. Just dupe and lie on everybody whenever you know they want it and need it, right? Don't tell them the truth. You'll make an enemy out of everybody. When you tell them the truth, they know. By the way, your new heroes that the Masons and the Luciferians and whoever, whatever, the fraternal orders, whoever, whatever runs this place, even if it's a spirit, it's not these people. They're now doing their next move where they're going to present you with your next crop of heroes in a different form. And boy, I'm going to laugh at it. Boy, I'm going to have a great time playing those clips and responding and reacting to them and doing content nonsense and laughing at all you slaves getting duped out again. Because they're going to bring Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and Erica Jerk and all the rest of the paid wannabe fake ass Hollywood heroes for the next generation of dupes and agents on YouTube. They're all going to get together and collectivize to not do anything different, but convince you to support them, pay them, and repeat their garbage narratives and demean people like me who are actually creating the solution. They're going to do it again. They always do, and you'll fall for it. You got to love it, right? Even if I don't like it, I got to love it because that's what God and the devil has fashioned for you in this place and therefore for me on some level, right? Paulie boy, who are you to think you're going to bring truth, life, and way and wake the whole world up and get them to change? Jesus himself couldn't do it. See, that's where I got to check my pride and ego to keep it humble for me and also somewhat comedic and entertaining for me. Because if not, I'd lose my mind here. Presuming I haven't already. When the time comes, when it's ready, right? When the time is right, and it's on God's timing and the devil's timing, and everything is as what it should be, then we'll get where we need to be. Until then, you just do the next right thing and surrender the rest. Keep speaking the truth, living it as much as possible, being active whenever you got the will and the courage for it, and surrendering the rest. Everything will be as it should be, and these folks are going to get everything they need to get the opportunity to turn from their wicked ways and to seek truth, life, and way and be set free. And so we can actually co-create here as people for the first time ever. Imagine that. That ain't going to come from me yapping and pointing out all these obvious truths throughout history and the words and the terms. It'll happen for a few folks, the ones who are meant to. The rest, they got to get it right in the back end, up close and personal. Even the last 5 or 6 years wasn't enough, right? Imagine that. The lockdowns, the 15 poison shots, the centralization, the destruction of the economy that is now starting to show itself as predicted with the inflation and all the rest of it. Even that complete raping didn't do enough to wake these slaves from their cowardice and lack of co-creation and get them in alignment. Well, whatever make me think me yapping would. Or going to jail over and over again. And then coming out the other side and getting dismissals. No, they're not ready. It ain't their time. Okay. I swear I got to get back. I'm just having way too much fun, or I'm getting high. I get a high off of this. I'm not quite sure if it's completely good for me and everybody else, though. There's some truth and goodness and greatness in there, and I'm sure we need it and can run with it, but the rest of this might just be my trip. You know, and you're on it with me. Don't waste your money, time, energy with a fake attorney. I won without an attorney. You have to do the work. Hello, Laurie. Hello, Laurie and others. They wonder, by the way, why people contribute and support it all 5 years into this financially. They still can't figure it out. A lot of the haters and the losers still can't figure it out. It's because Paulie comes on. He does what he does because he loves to do it. They can feel that and read that off of him. He's got a servant's heart. And more importantly, he brings these people results that Donnie and the rest can't. With gold planes and millions and billions of dollars and ballrooms and UFC events, still can't bring them courage and freedom, though, can they? Paulie boy can show them. I can't bring it to them and give it to them, but I can show them that, and I can encourage them to reflect that, and I can inspire them to apply that. I can influence them as an influencer to some extent, because they say, man, if that ex-drug addict in a trailer who was not fit for career work can do all this and get some results, well, I damn sure can do it. See how the Lord uses the least among us? See how it works? I'm totally okay with my position. I'm as humble as they get. Humble literally means a low life. I'm a low life that God chose, that I chose back at some point to do the work, to get a result, to give it away to the rest of folks so we could change this motherfucking dynamic. Isn't it beautiful in its ugliness? Isn't it exactly the way it's supposed to be? Because guess what? The majority will never take it from me, nor should they. Works. Oh my God, it works exactly how it's supposed to on all levels. They'll only take it from me if they recognize it's within them. And if they recognize it's within them, they don't need to take it from me. There it is. That's why. That's why people will always write me into the balance books at the end of the month. You know what? Let's automated pay. We'll put aside Paulie Boy for 20, 50, $100 a month. We put it aside for Starbucks and Netflix and Donnie's campaign and little Jorge in Africa, who's supposedly starving, and he's never going to get that money by, but that's okay. You feel better about it, right? That's what it's all about. They say first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect. Bullshit. First you get the respectare. Take a second look at yourself and the truth. Then you get inspired and empowered to do the work. Then you get the results. Then you get the moolah. See, you go the other way. They take your money, they take your power and your respect. They can't take my power and respect by taking my money. You see how it works? You see the chain of title? See where the real true value, resource, and empowerment is? See, I'll be rich forever. Not rich in a worldly sense where I got millions of bucks. But I'll be rich in spirit forever, and I suspect I'll be provided for. I'll have everything I need and then some in this world as long as I keep doing the will and the way. As long as I keep inspiring and influencing others to rise to the occasion and do what they know they're meant to do with inside themselves that God put there, I'm going to be rich in spirit forever, and I'm going to be comfortable to a certain extent in this world while I'm uncomfortable in this world. That's beautiful in its ugliness, and a lot of people can't stand that. Well, there's nothing stopping you from walking the life and way, from sacrificing to produce a result. Only your cowardice, only your unwillingness to put aside your comforts for a couple years, right? You may have to go live in a tent like Paulie Boy and shit in a hole to really sit with yourself and God and the truth, life, and way and come to know it and work it and do it. You may have to give everything up to be given everything back. It's not cute. It's not comfortable. It's not pretty. It's rewarding and fulfilling. It's somewhat productive. They'll say, Paulie Boy, you're not productive enough. You and other people want to go to the land and sit in a tent and do nothing and be with yourself. That's supremely unproductive. No, it's not. Because if you come to know yourself, truth, life, and way, you're going to take back to the world and you're going to produce like nobody else can. You know what's unproductive? When you don't know truth, life, and way, and you don't know yourself, but you keep trying to profiteer in this life through your fake ass poison products and services. You can call it productivity because you keep pumping them out and counting the cash backed by nothing. But ultimately, you're producing, you guessed it, slavery and genocide and addiction for yourself and others, where this all goes by the end of it. What does it profit a man if he gain a world and all the riches and lose himself and his soul in the process? It's all right there. Just like the guy who came on my broadcast the other day talking about his pretty nice big house, how he's learned how to game the system. He's going to put a new pretty roof on his house as we speak. He thinks he's bragging and putting it in my face. I don't have a roof other than this trailer. I don't need one because I got the most rewarding and self-sustainable core aspect of my beingness. Freedom and a willingness to question and challenge supposed authority, sacrifice, go past my fear and faith, and put it all on the line. If you don't have that, you don't have nothing. You can't brag to someone like me about your pretty and nice things in your roof. You got to give up yourself, what you know is true, your life, what it would have been, the way, and be a coward in order to get that. I wouldn't trade who and what I am and what I'm walking for the world and everything in it. I'm so fucked up. I'm sitting here with all the opportunities in the world to make money and cross-platform and network and all the rest of it, figuring out what I'm going to do next in activism to go to court and go to jail again and put this on the record and walk this fucking path. That's the difference. While Chile, DeCastro, and the others figure out their next fake-ass service and product they're going to try to sell you, not even overpriced, complete fraud and scam because the thing doesn't work. I'm not going to lie. Who asked you to lie? I'm not going to lie. I'm thankful for my home I inherited from my parents. That's a house. That's not a home. Your home is in the universe, which we're all a part of here and living forever in. That is our home, the universe. You inherited a house. Your home is burning down around you and you're happy for your house. Great. Not telling people to not appreciate or be thankful or grateful or enjoying their nice, pretty things. I'm asking how you can be thankful and grateful and enjoy your nice, pretty things when you know you and your family have given your souls over to slavery and genocide. How are you doing that? How is that a thing, is what I'm asking. Let me know. I might need some of it. The age-old argument, right? Would you rather be right or be happy, even if you're a part of doing wrong? Is there a middle ground there? Can we find the fine line there? Does it even exist? Is there a gray area? Yeah, I'm so thankful and grateful for my house and my land that my parents gave me that I pay tax to use it. And when I don't pay it, the state comes and takes it, even though I'm an American. How thankful and grateful could you be for your house when you won't protect and uphold the honor of your original fucking home? Not buying it. Not buying it. I'm not interested in what people say or what they feel. I'm interested in what they show. You could tell what somebody's thinking and feeling and who they are by what they show and how they live. Somebody who's thankful for their parents, the truth, life, and way, their home, or their house rather, protects their home and the law of that home. If not, you gave up your home and the law for a house. Boy, how empty that house must be. How cold that house must be. They call it a house warming. How cold that house must be. See, it's principles. It's first things first. My beef with people is giving up the first thing, the primary thing, for the secondary. How can that ever work out in success and prosperity? And the answer is it doesn't. It works out for the selfish amongst us, right? well, I have my nice big house and my pretty and nice things, and I don't have to walk the walk and do the right thing because Paulie boy who gave that all up is going to do it, right? See the difference? As if I'm not thankful and grateful. I'm so thankful and grateful for my parents and the house and everything they are gonna leave me, that I'm taking care of my home myself now. I'm preparing myself to deserve what I'm gonna inherit. Because you know what the real spiritual reality of it is? A bunch of hoes who act like slaves don't deserve to inherit nothing. You don't have any power, inspiration, or title to that property. You will own nothing and you'll be happy about it, says your new cosmic pimp, if you let it be. You ain't thankful and grateful for America and what it's provided you and allowed you to live. If you were, you'd protect it and give your life for it. You don't, so I don't believe you. And everything pretty and nice you get off the back of that original foundation is going to be taken at some point because you're not thankful and grateful and because you didn't sacrifice. Those who are thankful and grateful, they sacrifice to prove and to show their care and their love and their thankfulness and gratefulness. If they don't, then they're not, and I don't want to hear it. You're just comfortable and you like what you've been given. You're not really thankful and grateful for it. If you were, you'd give up everything to secure everything. If you're really thankful and grateful, you show up at court and say, this is my motherfucking house. And my parents and grandparents and everybody before that toiled away and gave their blood, sweat, and tears to secure that house so I could be debt-free one day. And you want me to pay to use my own property that's been passed down? If you were so motherfucking thankful and grateful for what you've been given that you didn't work for and have to die to secure, you'd fucking sacrifice now to secure it in the future. You don't. So I don't want to hear it. Do you get me? Do you understand that this potentially, I'm not going to say it absolute, is how God looks down on you and everybody else sitting in your pretty and nice house while you overlook your duties and obligations to yourself, the truth, life, and way, and your fucking community and your society? Stop blaspheming while you want to prove me wrong. You're wrong, but you want to prove me wrong and make a point, and the point's at the top of your head. The point's going in your rear end. You make an inverse statement. You don't even realize you made an inverse statement when you made that statement. I'm not going to lie. I'm thankful and grateful for the pretty and nice things that my family gives me. The inverse statement is that I'm not. I am, and you're not. What good is a house and all the things they're going to give you if it's resting on stolen, slaved out land with a sold soul? Hello? This is a whole generation who's been raised with provisions without purpose, with valuables but no value system. This is what comes out of their mouth. I already know you're more thankful and grateful for your pretty and nice things than you are about doing what's true and what's right. I know. That's the problem. Bunch of females across this country who've inherited pretty and nice things and don't have a man amongst them to co-create in it with. How about that? You want to go to that dynamic? They'll say Paulie Boy's a little bit bitter and resentful today because he matched on Facebook Match again some beautiful woman who's a slave and vaccinated. So Paulie Boy, he can't copulate. He's a little aroused today in his gorilla enclosure is what that is, right? There might be some truth to that. But am I lying about the dynamic? Should I point the dynamic out? How many females are in my chat right now who got a nice, pretty house they inherited from their inauthentic corporate male father, but it's kind of cold and empty and lonely because they can't find a man among them to mount them in that fucking house and bring them to climax? Make orgasms great again. Sorry, I just inadvertently started a movement, another archetypal, extremely natural, supernatural movement. Once we make men and women great again, and the truth, life, and way great again, we'll make orgasms great again. Women will start having them again. You thankful for the trauma your daddy left you along with that house that chooses you, that causes you to choose beta males throughout your life and wind up being unfulfilled and unsatisfied in every aspect of your life? Yeah, are you thankful and grateful about that too? I want more of that. I get the namaste. Here we do nama slave because folks need it more. Whether I like it or not, I get off on it. The Luciferian aspect of me, humiliation, mockery, rituals with the truth. No, it's not that I want that or like that. I'm the man for the job, and people need that, it seems. Whether they do well with it or not. I want more of folks coming here to thank their forefathers and their daddies for the pretty and nice things they left them from all their inauthentic corporate male activities, and thank them also for the lack of vision and discernment and experience they left them that causes them to choose beta males all their life and be supremely unsatisfied and unfulfilled. Thank them for that, because one comes with the other, don't you know? They had to sell their soul to get the house to leave it to you, and you had to sell your soul to receive it. Why aren't you thankful for that? See the game? Every statement you make, there's another statement or a few statements that are made. We got to get better at making the statement, realizing what that statement means about our state of beingness, and then looking at the other 2 or 3 statements that are indirectly made off of that statement we just made. Let's see what else we have. And once again, you know, I go with these extreme presentments to bring an idea, to get us to pause and reflect. I'm in no way necessarily telling anyone to feel guilty or ashamed about having pretty or nice things here. The guilt and the shame comes in when we elevate pretty and nice things above value, systems, purpose, and principles, see? We know who and what we're serving there. If that applies to you, look at it. If it doesn't, I'm just another guy ranting on the internet, trying to be interesting or entertaining and informative. Some folks, some homoerotic slaves getting turned on in the chat because I'm working my beard like a titty, I guess. They're turned on by that? All right. Takes all kinds. We're not down on that. Paul is having a church in session up in here. Well, that's the thing. We are the congregation. We are the church. God works through and speaks through us, which makes an actual church and a pastor illegitimate. More collectivism, more culting. By the way, that's why the original system, everything that I just laid out here was set up so that we don't have to grift. Not that we would anyway, but so we don't have to lie and grift, right? All the people who get their pretty and nice things left to them, they take out 1 or 10% of that and they give it over to folks who do this, what I do, service to inspire us to do and be and have better for ourselves and each other, to see life in a different way for the culture, the community, and society. That was the original pastoral activity, right? That's the original church and leadership. That's the original tithing. Because, you know, to do what I'm doing here, that a lot of the collectivists demean and devalue, you might have to take out a few 100 or 1,000 hours to sit with certain concepts in yourself to start to see it a different way, and more importantly, speak it on the fly. It actually takes a certain amount of time, energy, attention, and work. Okay? But it's something you can't charge for because it's something we all need. See the paradox again? Because it's something we all need, you can't charge for it. But because people are charged by what you do, they will bring value back. That is trust, equity, and faith. That is co-creation. And we go to the next level with that as well, where we bring that on the ground. It's not just here as like some kind of church or some front, some four-wall building. We take that back on the ground to our communities, to our businesses, to what we produce and create, right? See, this was the original system and how it was supposed to work. You have a gorilla like me who from day one is out of the collective. So he can sit with himself in the universe and get something from it and bring it back, right? That's his job. What would have went to Israel and Ukraine, this is another reason I might be a little bit bitter and resentful, but that's okay. As a flesh, as a body. Right? I'm not, because I see the other side of it, how it's meant to be, and I'm thankful and grateful for that. But originally how it was supposed to go is, instead of you giving 40% of what you make to go do war in Israel and Ukraine for central bankers, you just take 1 to 10%, voluntarily even, it's not forced at all, and you give it back to those who are actually in service to the community in truth, life, and way, right? So we all can live and do better and be better and have better. And it's a correspondence thing, right? Is what it really is. Because again, you have the average person who's not lazy like Paulie Boy, who's not put off by the collective like Paulie Boy. They're social creatures. They're inspired. They're motivated. They're productive in the worldly sense, right? Not in the spiritual sense like I might be. It's like, again, you have these complementary seeming opposite paradoxes that are here to complement each other. So they like want to get up every day, go to work and do this and do that and create this and create that. And that's cool. We need that. We also need them to come back to self and home and truth, life, and way when we're done creating, producing, farming, selling, buying, all the rest of that process. That's part of life that we need, right? We have those counterbalancing forces and obligations and universal occupations, right? This is how we start to realize what community is. Like the guy who came here, he goes, "Oh no, Paul, don't feel bad about me being a plumber. He actually told me he loves to be a plumber." So somehow, some way, the universe and God put in him a love for dealing with people's shit all day, every day, and how it clogs up the pipes and how he has to clear it out so everything can flow better. Oh, that's me too. I'm just not into the physical shit. I'm into the metaphysical plumbing, right? Oh, we got the systems dynamics. Here's how the blueprint works. Here's where the urine and feces is supposed to go out. Here's where we keep the rest of the pure material, but our dynamics are messed up because our piping is wrong. It's plugged up. It's gummed up somewhere. I have to find the resistance point, free that so that the rest of the system can flow properly, right? So he had the universe put in him a love, a passion, inspiration to do physical plumbing, something nobody else, most people wouldn't want to do, to how he generates his value in the society, right? Well, I'm a plumber metaphysically. I come to do work with ideas, people, places, and things that most people would never want to do. Literally, they spend their whole life trying to avoid it for themselves and others. That's how the original legitimized economy and co-creation and community would work, and is going to work more and more as we move along here. Folks are going to have to sit with themselves for a certain period of time instead of getting indoctrinated in the public fool system. They're going to have to sit with themselves and what God put within them and come to realize what they're meant to do in life in all aspects, and then put themselves to that, and then see how the value comes back. Another process the state and all of its pedos can't horn in on and interfere with if you let it be. Another process the state and all of its pedos has completely taken over and outsourced if you let it be. Another caste class system. You know who promotes most of it? Your slaved out parents who want you to do what they do or do what they think they should have done instead of do what they were supposed to do by the universe's standards. Yep. All starts and ends back at home. How many parents out there? How many of your rented pair of folks who provide for you but don't instill purpose and value in you while they give you valuables? How many of them encourage you to get away from the collective system and sit with yourself and come to know yourself so you can really search yourself for what you love to do and what you're meant to do, and then support that and invest in that? Oh, most don't do that. They do the opposite. Like my father once told me, "Paulie boy, who the fuck's going to listen to you? More importantly, who's going to pay you and listen to you?" Well, Dad, if you only knew, right? Here we are. See how it works? Even the ones who are supposed to lead, guide, and protect, keep you safe, care for you, there's a lot like government, can't even see the vision and imagine, let alone instill in you what it's meant to be. So they should stop doing what they claim they're supposed to be doing. See how that works? But there's a huge ego pride check that goes on there. What? I'm supposed to stop being a parent? No. Provide the basics for them. Keep them safe from the elements. Instill empowering, inspiring value systems and purpose into them. If you don't live that way, shut up and get out of the way. Because they came through you, not from you. And where they came from, they're still getting a lesson for. See how that works? If you would just shut the fuck up and get out of the way and stop trying to tell a child who comes through you from God how to be a better worldly slave. We don't need more of that. We need less of that. See the ego and pride? Check. You know how many times I've had to tell parents, shut up and get out of the way of your children because they come through you, not from you. You don't even know who and what you are and what you're meant to be. How could you affect or influence this child in any positive way? Not going to happen. You're going to teach them to be just like you, and we don't need more of you, quite frankly. Right. Two people who are not eligible, nor do we want to be, for unemployment benefits. Paul enslaved and Santa Claus. They're both quasi-mythical creatures. They're both not real, if you ask the average collectivist, but they both serve the same function. I'm coming down your chimney into your house in your living room, and I'm bringing a gift. You may want it or not, but I'm bringing a gift. It's part of the season, and guess what? I'm eating your milk and fucking cookies, too, while I'm in here. Deal with it. But yeah, no unemployment for Paulie Boy. And none for Santa either, right? Santa Paul. They opened the gift that I went down the chimney. I put it in the tree. They didn't know what was in there, right? It was wrapped up, so they had to unwrap it to find out what was in there. They thought it was going to be something so great and wonderful and exciting, and it was just another pair of wool socks, right? What a letdown. I've been on a spiritual walk my whole life, peaceful my whole life, but in the last month, I'm getting so fed up with the world that I'm getting angry and I'm not able to direct that anger into positive. Well, that's part of what this thing wants. It wants everybody to get so desperate and disempowered that they get angry, and then rather than channeling that anger into something inspiring and honorable and faithful and co-creative, they channel it into destroying themselves and others, right? We got to watch that. That's a we statement, like all these statements are. I'm not exempt from these dynamics, so I could talk about it. We got to watch that. So yeah, you want to get angry at yourself for allowing yourself to be a slave and a coward this long, and then direct your energy toward creating something better for yourself and others, right? Build it and they will come. If not, build it and you will have it. So that's where it's at. Anger isn't a healthy emotion, but it can lead to a healthy solution if it can be channeled and directed properly, some might say. I'm still, and again, this may just be life, right? I'm still working with a lot of these dynamics, and I can't make a statement one way or the other. I think in a lot of these situations, the middle way is the way. You don't want to be catatonic and complacent. You don't want to be angry and vengeful either, right? If you do get angry in certain moments, you say, okay, I'm angry at an effect of a cause or lack thereof. If I want to be more peaceful, then I need to engage in a different cause to get a different effect so I can be more fulfilled and satisfied with what I'm doing and not doing and generating here, and then leave the rest because you ain't in control of what everyone else feels and does and doesn't do. See, that's what we're all really angry at. If you really want to get down to it, we're all frustrated, we're bitter, resentful, we're angry that we didn't do it, create, be more. That's all that is. All right, we're coming up on, we're over. Thought so. I can feel it. We're about 20 minutes over. I picked about the 2 hour mark. We'll do a few more minutes. I think I'm going to keep it to 2 to 3 hours. Why not? Our usual cosmic, I am your magic slave bus driver in the cosmic slave bus loop. It's down and back. I'm thankful that I'm still a slave paying property taxes and filing 1040 forms at the end of the year. Actually, I'm sick and tired of doing that. Well, you're not sick and tired enough, because when the day comes where you're sick and tired, you'll just stop. And then everything they present to you, you'll just deal with it. Or you'll just fucking ignore it. However, that's for each. I've done both. I've ignored and gotten results because nothing's ever come of it. I've addressed and gotten results because I've whooped them at their own game. It's really on you where you want to go with this. Hey, I've gotten the other side. I've gotten all three. I've ignored them or tried to do something and had them sit me down, right? You're not really sick and tired, because when you're really sick and tired, you stop giving a fuck about all the idle or active threats that they give you, and you just start gambling. That's what they don't get about me when they come up to try to mock me. And when I get arrested or if I don't win, I go, you don't get it. I'm not doing what I'm doing because I know I'm going to win. I'm doing what I'm doing because I'm sick and tired, have been for the longest time, and I'm willing to gamble here because they say I can't win. All of why I'm doing what I'm doing. I got to get high somehow, some way in this life. And I'm not going to do it anymore by shooting dope and selling dope and robbing and anything else that I was a part of. Being around gang members and lowlives. Gambling our lives and our property and our freedom every day. If I'm going to get high here, gambling our lives and our property and freedom here, it's going to be for what's true and what's right and what God revealed to me and the law of this motherfucking land. You ain't there yet. I know you ain't there yet, because when the day comes and you're there yet, you and everyone else will know it. Because you're going to leave that house. You're going to walk out of that house. You're going to buy yourself an $8,000 trailer. Hook it up to the minimal services so you don't live like a complete animal. You're going to be completely debt-free and have something to always come back to. And then you're going to start gambling with all the rest of the pretty and nice shit you have that you don't really own and don't have title to and control. Because it doesn't matter anymore. See? Again, what good is your pretty and nice things if you got to be a slave in order to use them? What good is your pretty and nice things if your progeny has to be enslaved in order to use them? You ain't sick and tired yet. When you're really sick and tired, you'll gamble with your body, your life, and all your pretty and nice things to do what's true and what's right. Till then, you're just another slave yakking who doesn't like your position but don't want to do anything about it. Oh, well. Responsibility, accountability. They are what they are for a reason. And if you ain't got them, you ain't got nothing. Don't talk to me about responsibility and accountability because you go to a slave job every day and pretend to be somebody else and pay for your things and give 40% to the island boys. You know nothing about responsibility and accountability. You know about rape and abdication. That's what you know about. You know how to take it in the ass all day, every day and be a good hoe. And you know about giving your responsibility and accountability over. Abdication. I chose beta males and they wanted me unalive. Right, that's you. You did that. You don't respect the cosmic feminine and divine feminine within you. You don't activate it and live through it. You call in other beta males, toxic masculine, who are void of the sacred feminine and care and divine purpose and will. Of course they want you dead. You want you dead. Don't you get it? You try to kill off the sacred care, heart-based intelligence within you that's supposed to screen a beta male. You live with a beta male and then wonder why he wants to kill the feminine that is you or reflects you. Because you did it first. You show and teach people how to treat you. And then I'm gonna give you shit, Laurie. Then you want to sit on Facebook for whatever. I let you do it. Sometime I try to give you a word. Most of the time I just look at it and I move past it. You got to work it out. But you want to sit on there and blaming him. Oh, my husband, he did this, he did that for years. He was this, and this. What about you? What does it mean about you? He's gone. He's over. You came here. You got the understanding. You're winning at court. Great. Let's go to the next level. How did you get there to begin with? Take the accountability, responsibility, go all the way. You don't need guilt and shame for that. I get it. You didn't know. You didn't want to know. You're just like everybody else here. Right. We know now. We get it now. So we got to be responsible and accountable now. You got everything you needed in that cosmic simulation to go to the next level. Stop fucking crying and whining about it. You wouldn't be where you're at now and where you're headed to go if God and the devil didn't produce that script for you. Along with you, by the way. The God and the devil within you produced the script for you to live out so you could go to the next level. And here we are. And you want to sit there crying about what it took. You wouldn't have fucking learned and got it together if you didn't get slaved and genocided and abused. Let's call it what it is. You wouldn't have came looking for Paulie Boy and unslaved truth and truth, life, and way, Christed as it were. You wouldn't look for that and embody that if you didn't get pimped and hoed and slaved and abused because of your own doing. I don't care if it's with your mommy, your daddy, your government, or your spouse, or your job. All the same power and value dynamics or lack thereof, all emanating from the same original point and cause, all part of the same effect, and all needed for the resolution. You don't understand, you're sitting there blaspheming God and your creation and what you needed to get to truth, life, and way because you want to play the victim and feel bad about yourself. I don't give a fuck. And ultimately, you don't either. And ultimately, the rest of Facebook doesn't either because they barely respond or have anything to say or put forth. Not because they know what I know, because it just makes them feel awkward and uncomfortable. This is part of going to the next level, inspired and empowered. Stop looking down on yourself and them for what happened. Start looking up and toward where you're meant to go. Start creating a world into that world. Start recognizing all your past transgressions and checkered aspects of your past as learning experiences and simulations to bring you to where you're at and where you're going. Without them, you couldn't have got there. Start to thank the dark forces of creation for what you've allowed them and paid them and begged them to create for you, because it's serving you from the darker side of the force. Thank your husband for showing you what it means when you don't value and respect yourself and truth, life, and way and live within true care and love. He gave it to you and showed it to you. Could have been a lot worse. You might have had to lose some limbs. Hopefully, faithfully, you didn't lose children. You might have had to lose a child. You know how many people I talked to had to lose their whole life, limb, children to what they created that they don't want to look at? It could be argued, are way ahead of the game. That's how you know you're in inversion land, when you start calling losing winning and winning losing. We know some people who do that, don't we? Thoughts on any of that? Questions, comments, concerns? Laurie's not getting life coaching. She's getting a remembering. She's getting a reminder of what it looks and sounds like to be inspired and empowered and also entertained. You got to find a place of being somewhat entertained by what we're all creating and a part of here. If your relationship with yourself and your spouses doesn't entertain and fascinate you because you can't see all the reasons it happened the way it did, you ain't doing this thing the right way. Right way. In quotes. I could go to each one of my exes, in quotes, don't like the term, but colloquially, I go to each one of my exes and tell you exactly why we found each other cosmically, what we were reflecting as a thematic, why it ended up the way that it did, and what I'm supposed to learn and apply because of that shitty experience. That isn't shitty. It's the universe wrapping everything you need in something you don't want to unwrap. Because it's paradoxical and it likes to play jokes on you. Works in mysterious ways. Not so mysterious when you get your own wants and desires out of the equation and just see it for what it is. Without all of my past failures and challenges, I can't be who and what I am and what I'm going to be better and better at what I do if I let it be. Can't do it without them. I need all my failures, people, places, and things to create the preconditions to succeed. This is back to the Taoist understanding. This is why the Western world is lost. This is why the Western world is waning in power while the Eastern world is going to take over again. To an extent, as only goes so far, because they don't have the Tao either. Now I'm going over my chat here and I just let the idea float away. There you go. Rabble. I'm curious what Mr. Thunder Chicken means by that. Rabble. How does that apply to me? Let's do some fishing here. Thunder Chicken, how are you doing in your walk? I remember the last time we spoke months back, 6 to 8 months ago, you got charges, you got courts. Are we doing anything with that? What the universe gave us? Are we practicing faith over fear, courage instead of cowardice? Are we upholding our rights and the law of the land? Or are we not doing any of that, and thus Paulie Boy is just rabbling? He's just talking a bunch of stuff that would have purpose and meaning and value if we applied it, but most won't apply it. So rabble. Kind of curious on how that's going. All right, I don't know where I was. I was on a pretty good vein there, pretty good idea, pretty good thread I was following. And then at some point I let it go. You know what? Let's on the fly, because this is how I found what they call preaching, which is some kind of thread or idea that has some power and value that I guess comes from either somewhere else or some aspect of self that is more real or meaningful than anything else. Let's do it on the fly. Let's get back to me where I am, because me got back to me and then lost I am. Let's see if I can re-pick up where I was at. I don't even remember what the idea was. Within you, that's supposed to screen a beta male. Oh, that's way far better. Laurie's not getting life coaching. She's getting a remembering. She's getting a reminder of what it. I see what the guy's talking about too. I didn't realize I was doing that. I was unconsciously doing this while I was looking off rapidly. And I think one of our chatters got turned on by that. I'm working my beard like some nipples, as they say. Looks and sounds like to be inspired and empowered and also entertained. You got to find a place of being somewhat entertained by what we're all creating and a part of here. If your relationship with yourself and your spouses doesn't entertain and fascinate you because you can't see all the reasons it happened the way it did, you ain't doing this thing the right way. Right way. Right. That was the final, or one of the final ideas to the point that I was making. The Taoist idea that in order to learn how to win, one must first perfect the art of how to lose. And they say, what does that mean, Paulie boy? You trying to be some fucking guru here and talk over our heads? No, you have to understand the perspective of the type of being who would speak that sentence and what it means to them, not to you. Then you can understand what it means to you. So in order to learn how to win, one must first learn how to lose. In order to be courageous, one must first face their cowardice. See the seemingly paradoxical idea there? So like, I'll give you the idea. If you want to win at court, like a prize fighter, you want to go in there and really whoop on people like Mike Tyson, you got to lose 20 times first. There's no other way to get there. Hold on, my plug. This is Paul Enslaved Unplugged. There we go. We now have a whole generation of wireless devices that need to be plugged in to work. Can someone figure out? Oh, that's right. We already figured out how that works. Because their supposed productivity and efficiency isn't productive or efficient if original self isn't producing the proper self through the efficiency that is the universal dynamic and program. So we have a bunch of geniuses, big brain geniuses sitting around trying to reinvent the wheel, and try as they might, they just make everything worse and call it better. A lot like the beta males. Beta males are worse than ever, but they say we're bigger, we're badder, we're tougher than ever. I'm vomiting now. Just imagining these folks. It's the signs of the times. Right? So we now have a whole generation of beta males who don't work. They don't work when they're not plugged in, and they're never plugged in. I'm using archetypal language. Since they're not plugged in, they never actually work. And we have a whole generation of devices that are wireless that need wires in order to even work at all. What? Right, let's get back. You have to give them more nuance and arbitration than they give you. Well, I'm trying, sir. That's why when I'm not P.T. Burnham here, the one who's the ringleader presenting the cosmic circus, showing you the clowns, the tightrope walker, the lion in the cage, the tiger in the cage. These are all archetypal, by the way. They go, what are you talking about, Paulie? Boy, a circus is a circus. No, it's not. A circus was created from the mind of a genius who understands life, power, and value dynamics that has mirrored them in a performative, entertaining presentment. So the tightrope walker has to walk the tightrope, the gray area between the black and the white. The clown car, right? The car full of clowns that just never stop getting out. Should be pretty obvious, right? Look around. Congress is a good place you can look. Your religious institutions, your medical system is the proverbial clown car. Clowns just never stop coming out of it, right? The tiger in the cage. Look around. The archetypal supernatural beingness shut out because the tiger's fangs and claws have been taken and he's been put in a cage. Every so often we let him out to simulate what he would be if we didn't turn him into what he is now, right? The lion tamer and the whip. Do we have to keep going? You're in a holographic reflective universe where even if the person who created it isn't a genius, everything they create reflects the original creation and the power and value dynamics within. There is no such thing as a random creation that doesn't reflect the whole and the whole reflect the parts. Can't be done. The integral nature of purpose, meaning, and value written into the fabric of our experience. Let's get back. A few more minutes and then I'm out of here. I did my time.
This is extremely dangerous.
Oh, no, not that. We know. Paulie's extremely dangerous. Word to mine. We need some experts now. I've been talking way too long. Let's see here. Right. Ted Cruz says, stop attacking pedophiles. May go over that.
Chief Richard Engel is on the ground for us.
It is one of the holiest and most contested
Perfect.
places on earth.
The Al-Aqsa Mosque, center of Islam for
Suck that rock.
1,300 years. 2 billion Muslims believe Muhammad ascended to heaven from here, making this the third holiest site.
See, you gotta love the. We're never gonna get through any of this. You gotta love the trolling nature of the masters and the aliens, whatever runs this place. They named the place Palestine, which literally means like hard cock. Palestine. It literally means hard dick. And then they put these obelisks everywhere and these ziggurats for you to worship, which is like you worshiping hard dick. And then instead of you, well, let's not go there. I could have went really. We'll go there one day. We'll go there in private. Let's rework that bit non-bit. I'll put it this way. Instead of you somewhat worshiping or pleasing the rock hard cock of someone who is honor able and somewhat trustworthy and good faith, you metaphorically and metaphysically worship the hard cock of the state and your inauthentic corporate males and masters, right? And their programs and plans to pimp you and deceive you. You have to love how they do that. You know, just one big humiliation mockery ritual upon another.
In Islam, and Muslims in Jerusalem say
it's and go lick the wall too. Go lick the hard rock wall.
The current Israeli
go
government
the wall.
Who want to destroy the mosque and build a temple in its
No, then they send you to the wall to do this. How could I forget?
They're supported by
and they send you to the wall to do one of these. Right? And they go, that's the Wailing Wall, where everyone goes to do a phallic sexual gesture, right? Like you're sucking off the devil. They send you to the Wailing Wall to suck off the devil and tell you to praise the hard cock that is the state, right? And they can't see how they're doing Babylonianism, how they're doing Satanism, Luciferianism, how they're giving life to an idea. What did they used to call it? What was the word? Archetypal is in there, but it's there's a word that the Kabbalists and the magicians, not a talisman, but they describe what this is. Where they create it, they reflect on and bring forth a reality, call it something different, but then get you to feed that and manifest that. A golem is one of the terms that's used a lot. I'll have to look into that again. There's a term that's lesser known that used to go around like wildfire. And that's essentially all this is. We give you words and terms and ideas and imagery, and then we call it something different than what it is, and then we get you to animate it, you know, to build it and create it.
Evangelical Christians who believe in a prophecy that once the Jewish temple is built here, Jesus will return and bring the end of days.
Totally.
Over here, as we can see, is the mountain of God.
It's already done, sir. We've already done that. The Christed energy has reemerged. The Paul enslaved and the other gods of all media, wink and a nod, right? It's a bit non-bit. God has come through us to reveal the truth and has already forecasted and shown the end of days, because there's nothing to do from here. There's nowhere to go from here. No more lies, no more pimping, no more kicking the can down the road. Full stop. See? The end of days is here. The beginning of truth, life, and way, or the resurrection of truth, life, and way is back. Where it's already happened. The tards are still gaslighting themselves and you that we need to do more war and more corruption in order to bring back what's already here, screaming from the mountaintops that most are ignoring and denying, as they did in its day originally. The first story we get of the original day, the original time, same fucking dynamics on every level.
The mountain of God, known as Zion.
Yehuda Glick is one of the leaders of the temple movement, pressing for more Jewish rights at Al-Aqsa. I joined a group he was leading of mostly Christian tourists up to the mosque. To get
They're not Christians.
A ramp that goes over the west.
No, they're Babylonian statists. Christians follow Jesus and did as Jesus did. Jesus didn't vote. Jesus didn't tell people to pay their masters to rule their life. Jesus said, give back everything that is theirs to them. Come out of her, my people, walk in the truth, life, and way, and give your life for it if necessary. These aren't Christians. These are Babylonians who are deceived, masquerading as Christians. It's one big humiliation, mockery, ritual, ceremony.
Wall, the holiest site for Jews. They're still not allowed to openly pray inside the mosque complex, which Jews call the Temple Mount.
Unfortunately,
there's your modern day fake ass Christian who's duped and deceived, being led on a tour by a leader of the synagogue of Shaitan. The same force the Christed being was calling out in his time and telling you to stop listening to him, being led by. And there you are. You haven't moved an inch in 2,000 years. Metaphysically. That's where the real movement is. You're on the other side of the world, the physical world, but you haven't moved an inch. God, it's so fucking glorious. And it's mediocrity. Mundanity, whatever the word is. Who cares? I'll rewrite the English language right now. I don't give a fuck. It's so beautiful in its ugliness. Sometimes I just stop in the middle of this broadcast, non-cast, and I just gaze on the glory of this creation. I'm just marveling at how it is so perfect in its imperfection.
not sing. Jews are allowed to sing. Muslims are allowed to sing. Unfortunately, tourists are not yet allowed to sing. One of our major battles is to change that situation.
For Muslims, this isn't tourism. It's a provocation and a religious takeover.
That's the Al-Aqsa right over there.
Okay, so they're asking me if I believe. Again, I'm correlating certain understandings with a story that I don't know if it's true or it's not. The idea has meaning, power, and value within the story. I don't know if Jesus lived as an actual person. It's archetypal again, meaning, purpose, value. Archetypal applies to all of us, even if he didn't exist, because I spelled it out for you how it applies in the modern day and in any day that we incarnate in. And I don't have to accept that he was a real person or walked on water and did all these things because, again, most likely allegorical. And I'll give you an example. The being Jesus, much like myself in his day, surrounded by Babylonians, ruled by policy and code, and not self-governed by conscience, logic, morals, or ethics, was taken to jail, from as I understand it, multiple times, and was somehow released. From what I understand, again, I'm far from a biblical scholar. Get one up here to correct me, please. We need it. I'm being serious. But my limited understanding that I just correlate with my own actual experiences, there's probably only one way that that being would be able to get out of jail or out of court is by speaking truth, life, and way and bring a claim that under Roman law could not be denied, much as I've done today in the modern day world and others have done, right? So that's kind of the same. So when we talk about walking on water, it could be seen, because this is an age-old concept, the idea of maritime admiralty law, right? The idea of commerce and just everything within commerce using water, language, and terms. This goes back to, again, the beginning of time. The word is merchant, like mermaid, merchant. We can get into the etymology, right? But the original word for a banker or for someone doing business or commerce and courting was a merchant. So there's water language replete throughout these certain subjects, and there's a reason for that. We can get into all that if you'd like to, philosophically. Right, so this being, much like myself, would have had a knowledge of self, a knowledge of truth, life, and way, and therefore a knowledge of the law and philosophy, logic, morals, and ethics, and they would be a formidable foe at court, let's just say. So walking on water could be seen as, how does a person who has no formal legal training or certification, literally or figuratively, walk on water at the courts, maritime admiralty law, right? While all the rest of the slaves seemingly drowned. You know, the rest of the slaves, they go to court and it's literally like they're drowning. Paulie Boy and others go to court and it seems to be like he's walking on water while the rest of the slaves are drowning. Okay, this idea of healing the sick could be seen as taking a bunch of collectivists who are destroying themselves and each other and helping them to tap back into their conscience so they could serve themselves and each other in creation and be prosperous and having less dis-ease is the word, dis-ease, having more peace in their empowerment could be seen as healing the sick from one of their greatest human conditions and ailments. Restoring sight to the blind could be seen partially as what we're doing here, right? By bringing a different perspective and understanding that's allowing people to cultivate a different level of discernment so they can see through the lies they're being told and telling themselves and each other, right? Bringing back sight to the blind, being led by the blind. Do you see how all these ideas could be allegorical, metaphorical, and could be correlated to a cosmic, eternal, archetypal experience that is either being had here and experienced here or not simultaneously? Because it's based on a choice. I could go further with this. I could literally take every aspect of the story of the being you call Jesus and relate it to myself in a supposed modern day world and how it all aligns. And it's not that I'm or he is so unique and different and special. The story reveals archetypal, holographic, reflective power and value dynamics that apply to all of us, that can save all of us if we let it be, or destroy all of us if we ignore them. See? That's why the story of Jesus and the Bible in general is the greatest story ever told. Even if it's just a story, it is the greatest one because within there is the greatest truth we all need, whether we know it or not. Even the part about Jesus coming from a broken home and all that, people forget about what's really, they either forget about or they never really learned or could never really see what the story was actually about. Story of complete reprobate, bad faith, dishonor, corruption, turned into something beautiful and miraculous, even transcending death itself, evil itself, transforming, transcending, and transmuting. Ancient stories about the alchemical process of consciousness and awareness and lack thereof, right? By the way, it's the only story that's been told over and over again in various forms. Jesus is also, you could argue, Neo in the Matrix to some extent, right? Because again, you can't tell a story about a human condition and a human journey without telling a story about the human condition and the human journey. Because the story is all doesn't make it true. You literally, it's like you guys make it your job to ignore everything else I say and focus on one little piece of it. That's self-deception and gaslighting. Again, I'm not even going to address you folks more and more, especially in this broadcast. In the beginning, I have no problem. I do it for you. By the end, I get frustrated and tired of it because, again, you're purposely being obtuse. I'm not a classicalist. I've never once stated that to something is older means it has to be better or true. You could argue it just tends to be that way. Kind of the nature of what reality becomes for folks. When something is new and fresh and it's interesting and exciting and inspiring and entertaining, they typically put their all into it. The more time goes on and we take it for granted, it just becomes another day and another project and another addition to, we stop caring. We stop being inspired and passionate, right? And things just kind of go to shit. I don't care if it's a business. I don't care if it's a product and an automobile. I don't care if it's a relationship. The nature of time and how we choose to experience it, whether we know that or not, is a choice. And what we do with that choice greatly affects how we interact with ourselves and each other and various people, places, and things, products and services, right? That's why great resets are so necessary. You got to have everything taken from you to get back to square one so then you can be given an opportunity again to just do a job, to just work. You know how interesting and exciting and entertaining it was for the first person to get a job and an occupation? You know how interesting and exciting and entertaining it was, and how well it was built the first time that a car was seen and shown? Now they're garbage, they're crap. Car comes off the lot, doesn't even last 30 or 40,000 miles with all the technology to face scan you and look up your ass and all the rest of it in order to just move it. 30 to 40,000 miles, they say the average major repair happens now. All the bells and whistles and accessories, all the production lines, all the efficiency, the prices through the roof. It's worse than ever, it could be argued. We could take that to the car, to the light bulb. Remember the first light bulb that was ever produced? It's still burning right now, 200 years later. First light bulb that was ever produced, historically on record, because that's a lie too. Still burning brightly today. You go buy a light bulb from Home Depot now, and it's going to burn out within 3 to 5 years if you're lucky. Not only is this a natural tendency, it's a nurtured tendency. You know why? Because in a world of capitalizing and having to produce constantly a profit, it doesn't pay to make everything as good as you can make it. It pays to do planned obsolescence. Let's get back. This person doesn't understand me, nor should they. I'm not an expert.
The Israeli government used to worry about upsetting centuries of a religious status quo and potentially sparking a global religious war.
Ooh.
Violence has flared here before, when Israeli politicians and settlers have stormed the Al-Aqsa compound. Today, Israeli police maintain a heavy presence.
So we read the prophecy of Zechariah.
For Glick and his tour group, this is a walk through prophecy and scripture.
Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for behold, I will come and dwell in your midst.
The group imagines what this compound would be like without the mosque.
What's that?
But with a Jewish temple here.
What did this moron from the synagogue of Shaitan just say that nobody caught wind of? I will come again and dwell amongst you in a trailer, poor and broke, with no career prospects, giving you truth, life, and way. You will sing and rejoice with the Shmulis. You will sing and rejoice with the Faucis. You will sing and rejoice with the Donald Trumps and the Billy Gateses. You're right where you belong. See, even when they read scripture, they can't interpret it and understand it or how it shows up. So they misinterpret it, and like the Tao reads, they mistake the false for the true and the true for the false. Every time. You think if the Christed beingness, consciousness, awareness, energy, whatever you want to call it, comes back to dwell amongst you, how do you think it's going to come back to dwell amongst you? To test you. To receive and be received. You think it's going to come in a gold plane with Donnie? You think it's going to come with Fauci and Billy and the rest of them? It's going to come through the people, places, and things you're least likely to listen to and accept. That's how the game works. Just like in his day, Jesus was a bum and a beggar, and let them tell it. Jesus was a bum and a beggar who lived in a cave hole, who walked around in sandals, who probably didn't bathe as often as everybody else. In the poison water, by the way, even in their time. Still some themes that never change, it seems. And while the aristocracy is going out of their minds, burning everything down and fiddling and making animals the king, they're saying, shut up, Jesus, and get on the cross. How dare you overthrow our system? What do you want, anarchy? Yeah, I could see it. Totally makes sense to me. Not saying I am that and the only that. I'm saying the thing is already returned, and who and what it is and how it dwells is the antithesis of what you slaves have been prepared for. So you're never going to receive it and walk with it. But they will sing songs with Rabbi Shmuley and get 15 shots with Donnie on the balcony.
Instead,
miracle signs and wonders. Miracle signs and wonders. Miracle signs and wonders.
Sydney Galbraith is a tourist from Canada. She describes herself as a Christian Zionist.
I'm an island boy. How does that even make sense? She describes herself as a Christian Zionist. We just went back 2,000 years ago, literally, everything looks the same there. And we have a Babylonian, what would be the Christian at their time? We don't know. We don't even know what it would be. See, we don't even have a term for it before this guy died because of your sins while you didn't walk in the way. So we have a Zionist, we have a Babylonian Christian, they call themselves, who's going to do what exactly? Let's hear more about this. A Zionist Christian, really. It's funny because the real Jews don't support Zion and Zionism. How does that work, Paulie? What? Well, that's interesting because Jesus was a Jew in his time. You could argue he was the real Jew, not doing a real Jews are black thing like the guys in Harlem, but he was the real Jew, the one put to death for living by the scripture and what it commands, while the aristocracy told everyone to just do what they say and ignored the scripture. Couldn't interpret it or didn't want to, right?
Happened to the Muslim sites that are here, the Dome of the Rock, the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
You know, I think the Lord is going to do something so unusual that our minds can't conceive.
Yeah.
If he were to tell us, we wouldn't understand.
There it is. You see, some people come here and they get amazed by what I do. And I go, I'm doing it, but I'm not doing it. I'm just the God of all media. The God of creation somehow allows me to spew and then brings it all back home in one line every time from these people. She's sitting there with her hair cut off and dyed, calling herself a Christian Zionist, going, I think the Lord's going to do something so profound and mysterious, we're not even going to understand it. It's already happened and happening. I am proof of it. So what's the point if you have your systems and your scripture and all the rest of it if you don't have discernment? If you have discernment, I'm proof. You don't need the scriptures and the system. Hello? Anyone out there, anyone in here? Anything going on that matters? The retarded slaves are literally saying what's happening to them right now and even forecasting why they don't understand it because they don't have the discernment while following the same people who destroyed the Christed beingness and way in their time. You cannot make this shit up. And I want the rest of you to imagine what it's like to be me. Maybe you don't have to because a lot of you are me. You are I am that am and been having this experience to some extent your whole fucking life like I have. And you may as well be an alien born on another planet. It's another reason these people, we all don't realize it, but we need this place, whatever this is I'm doing here right now, because if nothing else, it's one big fucking coping mechanism for a bunch of alienated people who may as well be from Mars because these earthlings can't find their ass with both hands. There isn't a sign of intelligent life anywhere. Not even the best among them. Can't even put two words together in a sentence. The smartest and richest guy on the planet is Elon Musk right now, and he's a complete drug-addled retard. Gaslighting you with autism. Drinks 10 Diet Cokes a night and admits it on his fucking profiles. This is where we're at. God fucking help and bless you people. It has to, because it has me. Whether I see it all the time in certain moments or not, it has to because it has me. So thank God, whoever, whatever that is for that, I guess. And whatever else is coming and meant to be for us. That's where we got to practice faith. Living on a planet surrounded by chimpanzees and genes that have a fetish for slavery and genocide. And will literally point at us and say, we're the problem. We should do that one day on my channel. Go over my original channel. How every day, the only thing that comes in there is slaves telling me I'm the problem. That I need to be put in prison or shut up.
But we know that this is his land, and we're going to watch him push them out. He's going to totally drive them out.
Yeah.
This is the place where he has...
You're vaccinated, lady. God has already taken the hedge of protection off of you. He's already allowed the devil to be fully empowered because you begged for it and paid for it. You're all vaccinated, and the Deagle projection is 3/4 of you ain't going to be here in the future over a 5 to 10 year period, dummy. I fucking begged you slaves not to do it, and you did it anyway. And quite frankly, whatever you took is spilling out over onto the rest of us. It's already happened and happening. Sorry, every so often I just having to loop and repeat, I start seizing up. Start going into a loop seizure. People always talking about what's going to happen at some point that they admit they can't understand, that's already happening, that they won't address. Beyond fascinating. I could literally do this all day.
This is my land.
Drive out the Muslims.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you want that to happen?
Yes. Yeah. This is the Lord. This is our place.
But
there it is. You just did it again. If the vaccine wasn't going to judge you and put blasphemy on you, you just spoke it. This is your land, even though it belongs or is being used by these people, and you want to kill them or drive them out so you can take it for yourself. That's why you got 5 vaccines in you, you selfish, blasphemous piece of garbage. You don't deserve to live. Scum like that who has a heart and supposed love and care and conscience, who does what they do, don't deserve what you got and where you're at. It's too good for you even. You need a hell of your own making, here or hereafter. That's what you need. That's what you deserve. She just said it. They just did it right there in one moment. Because guess what? That goofy is just one example of every other goofy behind him. Spelling and doing sorcery and conjuring and bringing it in. There it is. There's the spirit of it. You think you and everyone behind you, who's 85% of the population, wasn't supposed to get the vax and potentially die or have a hell created here hereafter for you because of what your soul has indicated, what you serve? Come on, man. I'm going back to Joe Biden again. Come on, man. We don't work for you, and you don't work for God. That's why we don't work for you. You don't work for Truth, Life, and Way, so we don't work for you. You work for the devil, and so do we, and we're above your bitch ass. Oops.
Those are biblical prophecies. What about in practical terms? What about the Muslims who live here and who come here every day?
Fuck them. Fuck them. We're going to genocide and slave them.
I don't know.
We will
I don't know.
Up.
I know. You're going to genocide and slave them. You're going to pay for it and sign on for it. And God's going to make you all slaved and genocided. Because what you put out is what you get back, you dumb hoe. And I'm going to laugh at you and mock you because you and others like you shit on me all day, every day in the work that I do and the truth that I live. You deserve everything you get.
It's not the first trip here for Jerry Bowers from Texas.
You're a pastor.
Yeah.
Why did you?
And I'm about to go in on one of these lowlives. I keep talking about it, and I think I brought his name up already. Brandon Joe Williams and these other legal, lawful, bad faith, dishonorable lowlives. I'm going to start making continual content about them because I'm sick and tired of their asses too, and everyone around them. And I'm sick and tired of watching people go to jail and then not answer messages, and they have to come to me and ask me shit. I'm tired of it. So I'm calling you out before they ever get to me because you're a fucking fraud, and I'm sick of all of you. And your fake ass paperwork and your claims that you went and studied the law, which is some other guy's interpretations and beliefs. And then you went and told a whole bunch of fucking stupid slaves about your ideas and lied to them and gaslit them more because you're working for the dark side and don't even know it. Telling people they don't have a claim to rights here if they're not a white national, you fucking moron. Well, the legal paperwork at one point says if we pigeonhole it, every one of these dweebs that's never been to war in their life, that's never stood on something in their life, that's never sat in a box or went to court, but they're going to tell other people how it works. And you stupid slaves can't see through that either. I got a bone with you as well. You can't see through somebody who says they know the law, they know how to court, they're going to tell you how to do it and sell you products and never even went. That's why you all deserve everything you get. I ain't Captain Save-A-Ho. I'm just letting them know I see them for who and what they are. You hoes on the ground who buy their shit and support them and share their garbage deserve everything you get as well. Because you'll say I'm the meanie bully who's not palatable because I won't come on here and have a certain presentment. I give it all away. I go all the way with it, all the way uncut and raw, right? So he's not palatable. But you'll go take somebody who gets on there, makes 15, 20-minute videos or whatever, gives you 10% of who they are and keeps it that way. And 90% of lies and bullshit they're going to regurgitate for you to go live out and fuck yourself and everybody else. and you repeat this garbage in the face of someone who's lived it, and you don't understand how disrespectful it is. I got retards on social media telling me I need to go listen to this idiot who's never been to court when I'm walking it, and they don't get how dishonorable and disrespectful it is. And then I got to put them up on game and check the stats. Not out of ego and pride, out of truth, life, and way. See? Let them tell it. I don't exist. We never did no work. We never got no results. The results are with those who never been to court, but want to sell you a contract course. Tell you about how you don't have a claim to rights under God if you ain't a certain color. You stupid motherfucker. Literally the antithesis of why we all went to war over and over again. Literally thousands, 100,000, millions of people gave their life so we could all make a claim to rights under God and it be legitimate. If anyone tries to interfere with that, we go to war with them again, was what it was supposed to be. I'm not saying I support that, nor am I going to do that. That's what the foundation is. You don't understand that? You don't understand nothing. Sick of these fucking frauds. And the worst part, and you know why? This is probably how the universe all works too, to get me to talk about it and throw myself on the line. Whatever's meant to be will be, and whatever's not is going away from me and everyone else too. That's how it's got to work. Says, go ahead, give all these frauds and liars more views and money than Paulie Boy. Really start him up to get him to start ranting the truth. However you got to get it is how you're going to get it. Call it whatever you want to call it. Doesn't change the reality they're in. The reason I'm ranting, if it's my bitterness and resentment, doesn't change the truth within. As if you ain't supposed to be a bit bitter and resentful when a whole system is run by beta males who block you and stack the deck and push other people who ain't living a truth they're purporting to live while you're living it and ain't selling it. You're telling it, and they're selling products while they ain't living it. As if you ain't supposed to be bitter and resentful about that to some extent. Let it go. There we go. We just surrendered it. The white women in the forest will tell me, Paulie Boy, you have to love yourself. That's why. You don't want to get yourself upset and poison your own body politic with bitterness, resentment, negative emotions. Free it and surrender it. You're only making money because people are buying their bullshit, not because of how they are choosing to live. Well, I don't know. You're saying you're as in me. I don't know if you're talking about them or me. Austin Murphy just got out of jail yesterday. Austin Murphy, I'm open to an interaction, as you know and many know, based on truth, life, and way. We've had our dust-ups in the past. Even though you've not been fully accountable and responsible with that, which I believe you should, I will attribute your behavior and what you said and done toward me to a darker aspect of you that is attempting to fight an authority that comes through me, that it wants to convince you is me, right? You're not submitting to me, you're submitting to what comes through me. And guess what? I have to do the same, whether I like it or not, if that makes sense. So Austin Murphy, I'm going to wrap up soon, but if you want to call in, 602-730-0122, the number is pinned, and we can have a brief back and forth interaction regarding your jail experience. See? There's a lot of folks who come here and have crossed my path, and they think I'm being arrogant and narcissistic when I reveal to them that one of the reasons they've come across me is because, and it's not about me, it's about life in general. It's going to become more and more easy and obvious why and to get to jail, right? Why that's happening. It's going to become more and more obvious, and it's going to become more and more difficult to avoid, is a better way to phrase it. So a lot of you have come across my and other people's path because we got work to do here and stuff to apply. This wasn't about socializing and doing content, trying to make money and jumpstart a career and use other people as content. You came across me and we came across these ideas because we are in legalistic, corporatistic slavery more and more, and we're going to be seeing the inside of courtrooms more and more as time goes on. So the universe says, well, Paulie Boy is the only one out here, one of the few out here who's going to tell it and not sell it and spend all his time with you and the truth, life, and way and communicating to inspire you to go to the next level, right? So Laundry is one of them. He has recent court hearings. Haven't heard hide nor hair from him. He hasn't shown up on YouTube anymore because it got real. And I told him that a year and a half ago. I said, Laundry, you met me where I am that am for a reason, because you and I and others are going to be facing this more and more, and we got to deal with it. He thought that was me narking and being arrogant, that the whole world revolves around me, right? No, the whole world revolves around the truth that comes through I am that am. And until you get that, you ain't got it. And you ain't going to be able to get somewhere with me. Okay, so Austin Murphy's another example. Slow State is another example. Okay, while we have our issues, I don't respect him or like him. I think he's an absolute swine scum fraud, traitor. Somewhere within his heart, because I've seen it and heard it, is the willingness and wantonness to be free and to chart his own path. That spirit brought him to me and what we do. There's many of them who come here. They are inspired, they're entertained, they're turned on. They even are. That's partly entertained. They find it cringy at times, but they're still inspired and entertained, right? And that's all it is. That spirit inside of you, that's inside of me, brought us together to understand these ideas and apply them and do the work. And a lot of you guys are going to get that. You're just going to take you 3 to 5 or more years if you get the opportunity at all. And don't let your pride and ego stop you from coming back to the table to do fellowship, to have conversations about what always really mattered, where the power and value always was, because you got off on trying to be the next YouTube sensation. Get validation from your masters, right? Another process and procedure that I've left to the wayside to do the work and to be part of something else, right? But they're going to overtake me and do it better than I could do it, right? There's their arrogance and ego. Most of you who come here, you're not better speaker than I am. You're not more witty and clever. Your timing's not as good. You're not as creative. I could go down the list. You ain't here to be the next YouTube sensation. If I ain't, you ain't. See how this works? You want to say that's my arrogance and ego. No, it's your arrogance and ego to think you could do that better than I could. When I stopped that to do the work, you've never started the work to do that. Cart before the horse. All right, I gave the offer to Austin Murphy. Oh, see, there we go. We got some calls, but I didn't get the notification again. All right, let's try this. See what happens when I do this. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I got to thank some folks because I've been so locked in for the last 3 hours. I haven't even been, because I'm on DND. My whole life, the last 5 years, is DND, do not disturb. So, Laurie, thank you for your contribution and support. I won. I will always support you when able. Thank God I have your sanity. That works for me. I didn't charge you or anybody else anything. I showed up with a passion and purpose and meaning and gave value. Got you and others result, didn't charge you a lick for it. And I appreciate, and I'm not entitled to it, but I can live with myself, right? That's just how I'm formed to be. I'm not a great businessman. When I started business ventures, I was more concerned about doing it the right way than I was making a profit. I'm not a good businessman. I'm not meant to be, apparently. Turns out the greatest businessmen are not businessmen at all. They put the product and the service out because we need it and the value comes back or it doesn't. When it does, I can live with myself because I did everything I'm doing for the right reasons, the right way, best as I know how. And I didn't make you promises and then under-deliver, right? I under-promised and over-deliver. So I can live with that. See, I just took, and you know what I did indirectly too? Because I'm a fucking thieving, lying scumbag at my core. Not anymore. Not anymore. But at my core, right? I'm just telling you how it used to be. I used to love taking money or being part of groups that take money from scum, coward scum. I didn't like the beatings and all the rest of it. It was like traumatizing to me. But something about that process of seeing somebody come along and brag and act like they got something and they're untouchable and put it in everybody's face and then watch them get something taken from them. I don't know. That's the devil in me, I guess. Turns me on. So like I just single-handedly here, without charging anybody anything and trying to do the right thing to try to be a good person to redeem myself for the fucked up aspects of me and how I've lived here. We just took another 5,000 or 10,000 out of some corporate beta male's purse, out of his briefcase. See? I get off on that. I'll go to jail for that. I guess I'll die for that high. I get off on knowing that some inauthentic corporate beta male somewhere went to school for 6 years, practiced lying, dressed up, bought 10 different outfits to dress up, to perform and act and play and lie and play power games. And I just took that right from you, and I didn't have to do anything to do it. See, that's how you take an aspect of you that's dark and wicked and has no purpose here and destroys yourself and others, and you turn it into something inspiring, empowering. I was going to say empiring, but that might be a combination of inspire and empower. Empiring, inspiring and empowering, and honorable in good faith. And correct me if I'm wrong somewhere and I'm missing something. This woman has her freedom back. She can go to court. She practices faith over fear. She's getting a result. She didn't have to lie to herself and others, suck dick, or pay to be spoken for. And she got the results she's looking for. Win, 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 win. And I'm getting value out of it. I don't care if it's 20 fucking bucks. 2 to 10,000 out of his pocket because he didn't deserve it anyway, because he's a fraud, charlatan scum. 20 in mine. And if I just do that 1,000 times, I'm golden. I'm good to go. That's all this is. Call in. You're on a name, non-name, behind nothingness. If you have an issue with me, you can go ahead and call in, and we can have the conversation. We have a triggered user in the chat because I'm abusing people, and then I take their money and throw them in the side of the road. Well, that's the thing. I don't take your money. You freely give it if you find value and power with what I do and present. If you don't, then don't. See, this is why I don't work with a lot of you, because you just proved my point there. See how you all do it? You think when you send me your $20 that you now bought my time and my energy and attention. No. You're too used to the inauthentic corporate mail world. You can't buy me off or hire me for X amount. I show up for the right reasons when the value and power is within me and necessary in the venue. I show up. Whatever's meant to come back comes back, even if that's nothing for the day. I'll get it back long term by God's grace as an idea, right? As a way of living. The opposite is you don't get to give me money and then own me and I'm in service to you. No, that's why I don't take cash or charge anything, because I know how a lot of you are and I'm not beholden to anybody. I got no strings to hold me down. See, go deal with Pinocchio. You can give me $20,000. I'm not beholden to you. I don't owe you anything. Everything I give you is on my free time and my free will because I'm in a covenant and I believe that's what's necessary if you're going to do the work. If you're not going to do the work, I don't owe you shit. I don't ask you for anything. I give and then I don't receive, and then you go off and do what you do. See? That's exactly, thank you for proving my point, why I wouldn't charge. I know I could for certain things. I don't. Because if I did, a lot of you would think that you own me and I have to do what you want me to do because you threw me 20 bucks. That's not what this is. You got it confused. I'm going to present my understanding and how it's worked for me. You're going to take that and run with it or not. If you run with it and you get results, you give value back because you were inspired or you got an understanding from somewhere else that you didn't get anywhere else. You support what you find value and power in because it's the right thing to do for you and others and a culture and society. I don't make you any guarantees, quite the opposite. I tell you, this is my understanding, my presentment, my results. My results even vary at times, but it's a practice and a program I'm walking. If it's valuable and powerful for you, great. I already gave it away. I'll give it away for free. I tell it, I don't sell it. If it works for you, great. Now you got the results and the understanding. If you want to give back value where you got it, great. Now you're practicing trust, equity, and faith. You should do that for you anyway. Because the alternative is what gets you here. You go everywhere else in your life paying for a bunch of shit that doesn't work or kills you, intoxifies you. Why wouldn't you pay or give value to something that changes your life or brings value and power to your life? Doesn't make any sense. But based on who and what you are and what you do, you're going to generate another karmic reality for yourself and others. But again, I'm not a storefront. I don't promise anything. This isn't a product or a service. Your results may vary. I don't owe you anything. I've already given you everything that I am and will continue to. If you find value in that, you give it back because it's the right thing to do. If you don't, you're free to live the rest of your life however you wish, obviously. You don't owe me anything. I don't owe you anything. See? A lot of you are very confused because you lack responsibility and accountability. I'm not your source of anything. If I am, it's I am that am, and you have that, so I'm not. If you don't have that or you're not tapped into that and I am, then you need me more than I need you. Don't project onto that. Try to understand that so you could become that. The fuck? Damn, this bro still yapping? Yes, sir, this is what I do. A lot of you are very slow on the uptake. I get value to sit around and loop or to talk about what I perceive. That's something that you can't do and probably won't do because you don't have the experience and understanding, nor do you have the presentment. But thank you for finally getting with us. How long did it take you? I got to thank a few other folks. See, what I'm really doing here, like I said, is saving you time, energy, attention, and money. I'm doing you a service without charging. I'm saving you time, energy, attention, and money. I saved Laurie 6 years, 6,000 questions, right? $600,000. I'm doing a 666 theme, but you get the point. I've saved her a bunch of time being gaslit by inauthentic corporate mails. I've saved her a bunch of time and energy having to read through a bunch of crap written by corporate mails. I've saved her thousands of dollars and many others by not having to hire a corporate mail to lie for you, only to have to pay in the end anyway and get fucked like Chili DeCastro, who can't sell you a product that actually works, but he'll try as he might. That's why it's a trifold and a cryfold. Julian Barbary writes, thanks and blessings, Paul. Jimmy Shively, of course, who's a very regular contributor and supporter. Very generous, these people are. And these folks, they recognize trust, equity, and faith. They make up for all the rest of the 85 to 90% of folks who don't understand trust, equity, and faith, or what I'm putting forth here, and or are too cowardly to apply it to get their own results, to realize what we're doing here is life-changing. Bless their heart. Right. Man, we're already, we somehow just blew the third hour by, and then we're into the, wow, this always happened. Oh yeah, I got to thank some other folks too. Oh, Casanova Drywall, he contributed the other day as well. Let me cut an ad for Casanova Drywall right now. Feel free to use this. Are you tired of dealing with other drug addicts, alcoholics, pathetic, embarrassing, incompetent slaves who can't hang drywall, even though they say that's what they're doing for their job? Call Casanova Drywall. He gets the drywall up and on every time without fail. Casanova Drywall. Call now. We'll insert the number there in post-production. All right. You see, sir, that's what I do. The guy, you see, he's still yapping. That's part of what I do. I cut commercials, non-commercials, another service, non-service. I don't have a contract with him. I just cut him an amazing commercial, better than probably all the rest he's going to get. Nobody knows commercials like I do. And I would just say that commercial is winning. Okay. And he got the best of the bargain, right? $40 for that. Best commercial ever. He didn't even ask for that. I didn't promise that. I just gave that to him extra. Because why not? Where else can you get the best ad ever for $40? Nowhere. Okay? I'm constantly doing shit I didn't sign up to do that I don't have any guarantee to do, and I'm doing it better than other people who do have guarantees and get paid to do it. That's why I'm a god of all media. Vote for me. Rodney K writes, thank you, Paul, for all the wisdom and knowledge you share. GOAT. Thank you, Rodney. Some other folks contributed. It didn't come up. It's because I've moved my wireless signal. I have very low wireless signal now. So I get spotty transmission. Oh yeah, updates on the ad. So far they're telling me, and I could have guessed this. I'm not that obtuse as folks would give me credit for, right? They know that, I'm sure. But I had a feeling when I got inspired to just throw this thing out there with the ad that it was going to be an issue, but I did it anyway. So, you know, they have ad policies and all the rest of it. So it's looking like it's going to be difficult if I can get it done at all. Again, if I can't get it done, then you guys are going to get back your contributions for that ad. The contributions were for the ad. They were not for me. So I told you specify ad. If you contributed for the ad and you specified that on any of the platforms, you will be getting a return over the next few weeks. I would say month max, just because I am still dealing with my health issues. I'm not 100%, and I got reasons why I'm not as productive as I could be. Whether they're excuses or not, you decide. But yeah, that will be what that is. So please differentiate so that I don't wind up keeping or sending back whatever I'm supposed to or not supposed to. I like the idea of everyone contributing to get something done if it goes through. If not, obviously, I don't like the idea of keeping contributions that are not meant for something other than what they're meant for. So I'm going to make some more calls. I'm going to do some more research, see if we can get an ad up. If not the exact ad that I showed here, something similar. And I'll double check with you guys as well. Maybe the ad is not what you wanted. I promised something. It's something different. You don't want that? Well, then I need to return whatever you contributed. That's just how it's going to go. So please be upfront and vocal about that. Don't take it a certain way, like I'm trying to get you to come out in the open so I can scold you. That's actually the way it needs to go. So I promise something. If it doesn't come through, if it's not to your liking, then you let me know. Regardless of even what I think or feel about it, I got to do the right thing. So I'm going to leave that at that. I suspect I'll be able to get someone to display my ad. Someone somewhere will take the risk, such as life, right? There's someone out there who has an advertising company. They have access to a billboard and they'll be willing to gamble their career or some punishment to display this ad. I have faith in that. If not, we have a secondary plan, Operation Slave Wall, also Operation Slave Mock, which is digital memes I've created. You can get them, put them out in the groups and your people on Facebook and other media applications. Just inundate the slaves with a certain understanding to cause them to change their perspective. And the bumper sticker. So we got the proof. I have to call them back. I have to make sure the proof is good. They sent me a digital copy. May or may not translate. So I got to call them directly just to double check. I'm not going to spend $200 on 100 and 200 bumper stickers that are going to show up not the way they need to be, right? So we got to do some double and triple work on that. But we're going to start with that. Old school, old fashioned guerrilla advertising, all in-house. I'll be putting those up and I'll be sending those out to others is my intention. We'll see if I'm going to follow through with that. But my intention is to send out at least 5 or 10 of these bumper stickers. They could go anywhere, really, to the usual folks who've been here for years with the understanding that they will distribute them. I don't want them sitting somewhere not being used. They are specifically for advertising indirectly, unofficial advertising, and to create a conversation, right? To bring an awareness or an understanding. And to slave mock, right? Because we kind of get off on that. If you're going to do slavery and put us all in slavery and genocide, I'm going to mock you about your choices. And if I'm bad and wrong and evil for that, well, then we're all fucked. So see you in hell, right? But yeah, that's where we're going to start. And I'll give you guys updates as we go along. The fall of Paul. Well, why don't you come in under your actual name? Because we know the same 5 or 10 of you who've been creeping around me for years like to create different names to give the impression that there are just so many other people who disagree with me and have an opinion about me. Why don't you come in under your real name and tell me all about me, or call in and tell me all about the fall of Paul, what that looks like, how that's happening. Explain it for all of us, how that works. A lot of loser failures on here, going nowhere in life, never done anything or been a part of anything that's meaningful, empowering, entertaining, inspiring. And they want to make sure that I'm right there with them, right? The pedo is ruining the USA. Only pedos support pedos. Well, sir, that's both sides. Let me help you out here. We got some folks tiptoeing in from the algorithm. There's the latest meme by yours truly. Very simple idea. There's two choices. This is what voting, it's called democracy hot flash, right? You can see at the bottom there. This is what voting is essentially become land to land. On one side, you have vote for rich pedos to run your life with code. On the other side, you have vote for rich pedos to run your life with code. So it's essentially the same thing on both sides, and that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. Everything is perfect in its imperfection. So yeah, David C. is another one, along with Casanova Drywall, who's contributed a few times in the last couple of weeks. I want to thank him specifically. And I don't get notes on Zelle, but I will go in there to double check them, because I have to. If I do get them at all, I have to go into the website. I can't get them through the app. So I'll go in there to check if you guys were contributing to the billboard. Again, if you contributed to the billboard and you didn't make it clear in the memo, then you need to email me or tell me so that I can put your name on that list. Paulie's only value is being a mouthpiece. While I still have more value than you, nobody values your typing in chat. I'll see you later. You guys can't win with me. If you can't win in life, you're not going to be able to win with me, because I'm a reflection of such, and vice versa, okay? Stop the game. Paul's only value is being a mouthpiece. You know yourself that that's a bullshit statement. You're just trying to get to me. And let's just say that was true. My only value is being a mouthpiece. Being a mouthpiece is one of the most influential and important things in this life. Have you not noticed who's running everything or encouraging everyone to stop running everything? All the invaluable mouthpieces out there, right? So let's just say that that's the whole of who and what I am and my value. You still admit that I have value, and that it's me being a mouthpiece. And that's still more value than you have, you pathetic, embarrassing, chat-dwelling slave. Who do you think I am, and what do you think this is? Do you know where you are right now? You're going to try to troll a troller. How does that work? The answer is it doesn't. I bet we could all bet who that is, even though they're under a different name. Somebody who subconsciously knows they have no value, especially as a mouthpiece. Stick to what you're good at, losing and failing. Don't try to troll a troller. Don't try to play 5D chess with the real 5D chess master. You ain't Donnie, and neither am I. Yeah, that guy's chat acting, and his only value here was being a chat actor, right? And even that was valueless. Nobody comes here, gives a fuck about what you have to type in chat or what you're going to call in to speak from your feelers. Wasted your fucking time, proving double time while you're valueless. This mouthpiece has dozens and hundreds and thousands of people doing something different today and yesterday for themselves and others. That's highly valuable. More importantly, this ass connected to this mouthpiece has helped to inspire that more than anything this mouthpiece could bring, because I live what I speak. See how that works? Thank you for playing. Thank you for being here. All right, a few more minutes. I said I was going to end the 2:20 mark. We did an hour more than that or more. And now I'm planning to end at the 4-hour mark. And I've been feeling some pain this whole time. I shouldn't do this. See, I should just go a little bit and then back off. For me. I have to do that for me.
You come here today. Why is it important for you to be in this spot?
It's important to be in Israel itself in order to support this nation during time of war. And because we believe as Christians that this is going to be the eternal gathering place for all Christians at the end of time.
Who do you think should control this spot? Do you think it should no longer be controlled by Muslim authorities? Do you think this should be controlled, run dominated by the state of Israel?
I believe that, because there's going to be more freedom here if it's administrated by the state of Israel.
The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Golden Dome of the Rock are among the most...
Did you hear that? He says that there's going to be more freedom if we just get the state of Israel to regulate everybody. Here they go again.
Recognizable symbols of Jerusalem. The Dome of the Rock stands over the rock.
We're going to get more freedom if we could just have corporations and people rule over us with policies. Thousands of codes.
Jews, Christians,
We're
and
not
Muslims all
retarded.
tell the same story with some variations. 3,000 years ago, the same rock is believed to have been at the center of the first Jewish temple built during the reign of King Solomon the Wise.
So I just gave you the whole layout as I see it. Truth, life, and way from the creation God, straight from my soul. He just gave you the deception straight from the ass of the devil and the deceiver. That somehow we're both saying the same thing at our core. We're going to get more freedom if we take personal accountability, responsibility, practice faith over fear, courage over cowardice, do the next right thing, surrender the rest, uphold the law of the land, exercise our freedoms and our rights. He says we're going to get more freedoms by submitting to the state and being regulated by policy and code. You get to choose. Have fun.
It was destroyed by the Babylonians in 587
What?
BC and rebuilt by Jews.
The Babylonians, the same people are taking it over now in the modern day realm spiritually? Haven't moved an inch? Yep, you guessed it.
After their return from exile decades later, only to be destroyed again by the Roman Empire, which crushed a Jewish revolt in 70 AD. The Jewish Western, or Wailing Wall, is the best preserved piece of the Second Temple complex still remaining, and it is the holiest place in Judaism. When Muslims conquered Jerusalem in the 8th century, they built the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and it has been under Muslim control ever since. But some Jews and Christians believe God has a plan to build a third temple, the final temple before Armageddon.
Synagogue.
Glick insists his intentions are peaceful.
In the past, they told us if Jews would pray here, it's going to bring a third world war. It's not. Here we are.
Changes are happening quickly. We pass other tour groups like Glick's and a group of religious Jews who, despite the strict prohibition against prayer, prostrate on the ground, protected by Israeli police.
Unbelievable, because in the years that I was here in the battle, if anyone dared to prostrate, we would be immediately arrested. But here now, the policemen allow them to prostrate over here.
Jewish groups increasingly wave Israeli flags inside Al-Aqsa as well. The office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he maintains a policy of supporting the status quo, prohibiting Jewish prayer at the site. Members of his government, including Justice Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, openly defy the policy, frequently visiting Al-Aqsa and bringing Jewish settlers to pray. It's all being watched by Muslims across the Islamic world who consider the site to be fundamental to their identity. Just outside Al-Aqsa, I met researcher and analyst Mazen Jabari. He can trace his family's history here over 600 years.
How important is this place to Palestinians and Muslims around the world?
Yeah, me as a Palestinian, as I told you, living here, very close to this place, okay? I feel that this place is part of what I am. As a human, this is part of me, not just as a, religion.
How explosive is the situation here? How sensitive is this place?
It is very sensitive and very dangerous. You are playing with fire when you want to change, the situation inside, and realities. It's mean that you want, to bring more war.
The Jordanian organization that manages the religious affairs of Al-Aqsa, called the Jerusalem Waqf, told us the frequent storming of the mosque by settlers has become a systematic policy supported by the Israeli.
Right. Brooke seems to get it. Brooke's going to find herself a real man to come over there and service her and vice versa. It might be me one day. She can only hope. You can't have more freedom through some kind of mechanism. Freedom is literally a state of beingness. You either are it or you aren't. And if you aren't it, you can't bring it about by some external process and simulation or system. Imagine that. And again, that just reflects and corresponds, because the rule of correspondence applies universally. That just corresponds with the other side of things. Slavery is a state of mind and a state of beingness, and no amount of external conditions is going to change that internally. You're either a slave internally and then externally, or you're a free being internally and externally. As within, so without. You don't get to override creation as above, so below. This is part of you all's problem as Luciferians. You want to remake creation in your own feelers and your own image. It ain't ever going to work. It ain't supposed to work.
Authorities, adding that it implies an attempt at long-term settlement and imposing a new reality on the ground. The encroachment on Al-Aqsa is part of a larger pattern of occupation of Palestinian spaces. In the old city of Jerusalem alone, Palestinian families are increasingly displaced from their homes. Israeli flags hang from apartments taken over by settlers. In West Jerusalem, I spoke to Aviv Tatarsky, a researcher with the Israeli organization Ir Amin, which documents conflict in Jerusalem. He's been following the Third Temple movement for years.
Do you think it's going to happen? They're already building mock-ups and models of the Third Temple. Right. So are they actively trying to make this happen?
It's very clear that these temple movements are working towards the specific goal of rebuilding the Third Temple. And as you said, they are doing all the preparations.
You're slaving and genociding, and you're trying to use God as the claim to do it, which is ultimate blasphemy. This is exactly why U.S. corporation united with State of Israel Corporation, because they're all united in the same purpose, slavery and genocide. You're taking people and property as your property, their property and their people as your property, and you're killing people to do it. And they'll say, I'm sitting here being hyper critical and being sort of over the top by saying the whole world's doing slavery and genocide. He's literally doing slavery and genocide. All these corporations are doing it, and they're using God and religion to back it. And they're calling it something different than what it actually is. And if you let them do it to them, they're going to keep doing it to you. Because they literally did the same thing here that they're doing on Palestina. It's the same program, plan, and process. It's called corporate takeover with a religious backing. It's called church and state merger. It's called the antithesis of what America was supposed to be. Separation of church and state. State being a servant. Wow, we're 3 layers deep on corruption, dishonor, bad faith, and broken trust of a system, huh?
Normally, 10 years ago, I would tell you this is a joke. They do what they do. Everyone understands that they're dangerous, that they're crazy. No one serious. No one.
You're speaking. I don't need to, retard. This is how easy it is. They say ad hominem doesn't win a debate. I don't need to win a debate. I know right from wrong. There's no debate here. I don't need to know about a fucking emerald tablet. You're causing loss, injury, or harm to others who are already possessing a land and property. There is no claim that can legitimize that. You got to work it out, figure it out. You want to come back and interfere with people's property and rights, you're a wrongdoer. I don't give a fuck what your logic or rationale is. Take the emerald tablet, the black stone, black rock, and all these other fucking humiliation symbols, by the way, that all allude to one idea, that this place is run by some off-world intelligence. If you want to tell me about what I know and don't know, when you don't even want to get into what it's all saying and what the implications are. You moron. Another projector who doesn't know what they're talking about saying that's me, when I don't need to know about that because I know right from wrong and I know history. Shove the emerald tablet and black rock and Blackstone's commentary and the actual black rock, Blackstone of Mecca that alludes to a Saturnalian cult that worships a group of beings who come from Sirius/Saturn, who they say gives them all the law and the rules on how to run a whole world. Fuck stain. I don't care. You're never going to outsource the authority outside of me to some other being, some other race, some other group, some other process, procedure. Fuck slave. That's you. I can see, I can know, I can experience, I can understand, I can explain and reproduce. I don't need your race, your group, your presentment, your project, your program, your plan. I don't need it. Shove it up your ass, because 9 out of 10 times you ain't trying to help me and everybody else. You're trying to use me as a power base to support your takeovers and your agendas. That's all politics ever is. That's all fake ass religion ever is. That's all what pimping and hoeing ever is.
To let them do it. Today we are in a completely different situation. Today they are in the government, in the heart of the government. So yeah, they are working towards it. And as security deteriorates, this gives Israel more and more.
Wrong. Wrong again. They don't stop being wrong in the chat. Just like they can't understand qualified immunity with a cop. And they say, qualified immunity should be stripped. Qualified immunity can't be stripped. It's why you can't shoot them. They don't know what they're talking about on either side. Qualified immunity is right in the statement. It's qualified immunity. When you do loss, injury, and harm and don't follow the law, rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith, you lose the qualification for the immunity. You're no longer immune. Qualified immunity is only immunity with qualification. When you don't meet the qualification, you're stripped of your immunity. Stop repeating lies and nonsense on both sides because you can't fucking think. My Holy Land is for the Christians, not for the Jews and Arabs. You can't even figure out Christianity in modern day is an amalgamation of Judaism and Hinduism, you fucking moron. Holy crap. I am beyond astounded and entertained by your idiocy and retardation. Let's make a more accurate statement. Any land, the Holy Land, any land is fit for the people who are going to uphold the law. If they do loss, injury, and harm, they're going to get exterminated. Does that work for you? You fucking moron who can't figure out that your status and title doesn't give you claim. Your credibility gives you claim, and your credibility comes from honor, good faith, and results. You don't get to call yourself something you're not, by the way, if we look to your fundamentals, and then say, because I called myself that, I have more access, value, and power. That's what got us here, dummy. None of you are real Jews, Arabs, and Christians. You're all statists. You're all corporatists. You've all submitted to Mammon, Molech, Baphomet, Baal, and all the rest of the archetypal symbols of disempowerment, slavery, and genocide. So none of you are fit for the land, and that's why your corporate masters are genociding all of you, you retarded fucking slaves. What don't you get about that? They're poisoning your food and water now because you gave everything over to Shaitan just like they did, and now they're in service to it. And the next stage is the modern day Holocaust oven, because none of you have a legitimate claim to the land and what becomes of that experience. Because none of you did what was true and right and lived the right life the right way, based on your conscience and what God put in you. You all defer to your fake ass authorities and leaders. That's why all of your religions and systems are fraud, because they're all backed by the same idea. Fraudulent, illegitimate authority running the whole show instead of conscience running the show. That's called the absence of God and ungodliness. And that's when you go into judgment. How many fucking different ways and times can I say it? You're all united in that one cause while you all claim to be divided and being unique. You're not as special and divided and unique as you think. You're all in judgment to the same one God for the same one reason, you fucking slaves. Get it through your head. None of you are God's chosen people at this point. God has given up on you because you've given up on yourselves and God. And therefore, you've given up your land and your claim to what becomes of the land, your rights and your freedom and your life and your way. Can't get any more simple. Also can't get any more challenging, because now they got to put their fucking individual identity aside and have their soul revealed to them. Put their truth aside to have the truth revealed to them. Who's going to guess how many out of 7 billion are going to do it? Proverbially, it's going to be the 144,000, right? The rest of you are going to hell in a handbasket.
Excuses to change things on the Al-Aqsa compound.
At the end of the tour, I wondered if Glick will get his way. He is determined.
And now you're gone because I can't even stomach you pathetic slaves, even though I know it's going to be this way. I don't want you around me. You can get the fuck out because you're new game, folks. Idiot or agent? That's our new game for everybody. Is he an idiot or is he an agent? I got to come up with a theme song. All right, we're back on today's episode of Is he an idiot, retard, or is he an agent? I'm going with agent on this guy because his name is Patriot Nationalist. And he said some buzzwords and keywords. And when I came back and gave him a whole breakdown of how it's actually working, all we got back is, no more Israel. We need a land for Christian people. Because you want to foment the third world war out of all three world wars that were prophesied and or organized by the head of world Freemasonry. We've covered this here many times, where he says back in 1870, we're going to create three world wars. And the third one's going to have the mutual destruction of Jews and Christians and Arabs. And it's going to lead to a third religion that's going to take place and a third world order and a new economic system. And it's all obviously coming out in the open. The new religion is Luciferianism, you fucktard. The new economic system is digital currency and technocracy. What was the third thing that I said? Right, no matter, because that's the new world order. And you're supporting it and promoting it no matter how I break down what it is and how it works. No matter how I show you that you're a pawn in the game that was created and organized 200 fucking years ago. You still don't get it or don't want to get it. And you're going to push that line that we got to get Christians and Arabs and Israel all to be divided and warring and fighting over land with each other while they all destroy themselves and each other through their reprobate status, corruption, pushing policy and code for profit on all their human slaves and the private prisons and the drug programs and the 6G to spy on everyone and poison them and the chemtrails. And all the glyphosate that Donnie and others are supporting and refunding even more than ever to poison your food. Cancer rates through the roof. Oh, and you know he just did the Iran deal. I'm vomiting again because I didn't eat yet today. I'm getting to that point where I got to eat something. But I'm also vomiting because I'm thinking of the slaves and their slavery system. You know, the Iran deal that we're winning bigger than ever, that was way better than Obama's Iran deal when he gave $1 billion to the Iranians because he's such a coward cuck and tried to buy them off. Well, we got an even better, greater deal where we give them $300 billion now to loot United States and all the tax money that should be going to us to build business here, build back from the economy they locked down. All the other things that should be going toward here is not going to that. It's going to Israel and Ukraine. And Iran's rebuilding the bomb shit they didn't have to bomb that they said they already bombed, that they could never rebuild, that they had to bomb again because they rebuilt it. Yeah. They're just lying to you 50 fucking different ways and you can't make sense out of any of it. And you're going to come here and repeat to someone who can make sense out of all of it what it actually is because you're a big brain genius and I'm just a retard online. Where we're at. No more Israel for the Jews and the Arabs. We need it for the Christian people because you want to start another Crusades Holocaust. Because you want to perfect. Should we pull up the Albert Pike? Fuck you. I'm not pulling it up. I'm tired of doing you guys' work for you. You go fucking research it. You go research Albert Pike and the Three World Wars. You know what? You're lucky today because I give a fuck so much about the truth and I'm so entertained by it. I'm going to play it because I'm entertained by it. But as far as informing you slaves and trying to help save you from yourselves, you can get fucked and you're going to get fucked. You're going to do the fucking even while you fuck yourselves. I'm a voyeuristic person. I like to watch you fuck yourself. I don't pay for the cam girls online, but sometimes I go there and I watch them fuck themselves. I'm into watching people fuck themselves. I've learned that about me. This was a family broadcast. Till I talked about copulation. Slavery and genocide's okay. They told me. They told me with the ads. They told me what was okay and not okay. Slavery and genocide's cool. We can be part of it and do it and pay for it. We just can't talk about it. Oh, okay. We can send the children to get fucked by the preacher. We just can't talk about it, Paulie boy. Because it's rude. It's not pleasant. This is why they don't invite me to Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving dinner. And quite frankly, that's the thing I'm most thankful for at Thanksgiving is the fact they didn't invite me. You don't deserve me at your outing and your interaction. You don't deserve God of Almighty at Truth, Life, and Way at your outing. You're too slavish and pathetic and weak. You waste my time and my energy. I could bring it to these people. They want it. They need it. They're working with it. They're running with it, at least some of them. What did I just say? I was just going to go to something. And I lost track of it. If you come in here and you try to make names to scroll my chat, I'm just going to remove you. You're wasting your time. This guy's making sense. Well, we'll get there. I don't mind if the audience is largely illiterate and can barely talk at this point. You've had so many vaccines and chemtrails, I can't even mind at this point. I get it. How I'm still yapping, and if I'm making sense, I guess you guys will decide. He's saying I'm making sense. If I'm yapping and still making sense, God knows how. It's got to be God with all the chemtrails and vaccines I didn't take, but chemtrails still. So yes, sir, you're getting it. You're getting it. Those of us who are actually standing for something in our little world somewhere with a few others, we're the real patriots doing what the others selling you a dream can never and will never do, because they're fucking corporatist, sold out cowards. Donnie Trump and all the rest of them. Candace Owens and all the rest of them. See, if they were really about it, they'd have been doing it back when it didn't garner any audience and it didn't get them any money. They weren't and they don't, so they're not. I was doing this before anybody was watching or looking, before anybody would give me $1, they would take money from me. See? That's just the world you live in. That's kind of how it works for the most part. Bo writes, America's 250 years old. Soon we will be unstoppable. Well, that's your delusion and denial and hallucination. You want to look it up right now? The average empire lasts 250 years. It's not a coincidence. This is 250-year anniversary. And over the next 3 years, they're planning to do planned economic collapse into Greater Depression 2.0 on the 100th year anniversary of the first one, 2029, leading into Agenda 2030, which is Great Reset territory. By then, they'll already have the digital currency system waiting or ready to be rolled out, installed. They're already setting the policy for it in Washington. And they'll already have a technocratic face scanning flock cameras. They already installed 17 over here, main floor 30 minutes away where I'm at, and everywhere else. Okay? So not only are you wrong, you're literally speaking the opposite of what it is. And that's because you have been completely pimped on and hoed on. The whole world is pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. You're weaker than ever. Your people are weaker than ever. You're at war with everybody. The world hates you. Your corporation's 40 trillion in debt, higher than it ever was. And the average empire lasts exactly where we're at for this birthday. You're telling me how it's going to get better than ever. I'm telling you that if you don't shape up or ship out, this boat's going down historically. And if history doesn't repeat, it rhymes, dummy. That's why the old cliche phrase is, if you don't learn the lessons of history, you're bound to repeat history. Well, we're here because you're telling me something that's the opposite of what we learned from history. Bless your heart. Just like the Christed being said, forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. They're so slaved out, mind controlled, and genocided. They don't even know who they are, where they are, what's happening around them. They're literally speaking the opposite of what it is. Okay, you're a gone user because you're scrolling something that not only doesn't have anything to do with me, it makes absolutely no sense. This is what they do when the retards have no more cope left and they can't argue with me badly. They just start to implode and lash out. So I can't have you here. I don't mind flock cameras. Everyone drives safer. There you go. There it is, right out of the subconscious and even conscious mind. The slave tells you over and over again, they don't mind being taxed 40% to give to the island boys who are trafficking your boys to go to war for the central bankers and your girls to Epstein Island. He thinks the flock cameras are going to make everybody safer. 15 shots for safety, cameras tracking and tracing everywhere for safety, folks imposing thousands of policies and codes on you for safety, even restricting your God-given rights, even completely overthrowing your God-given rights because safety, safety, safety. Right, totally. And I don't mind flock cameras being used on you because you believe that this is all just about keeping you safe. I love how they mock you too. They call them flock cameras because you're a bunch of sheep who got a shepherd telling you how to stay safe, right? And then the shepherd teaches you that the wolf is who you're supposed to be afraid of. But guess who always winds up shearing and eating the shepherd by the end of the the sheep by the end of the story? The shepherd. I'll say it again. The shepherd has convinced its flock to be tracked and traced so that it can be kept safe from the wolf out there who's just so dangerous. But who always winds up eating the flock of sheep or shearing them? The same shepherd who tries to tell him he's keeping them all safe. What a good flock you are. I love it when they put it in your face. I should have been a part of it. Ooh, there's a part of me that really wants to break bad and say, fuck you, pathetic, weak-ass slaves. You're never going to be shit. I want to go make a couple 100,000 this year creating some technology to give you what you beg for and name it something where it tells you who and what you are. Because, hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to get right and be right. You don't want that. So this is what you deserve. Oh, man, there's a part of me that would be so fucking good at it, too. I would convince you slaves to run around and say, I want the pig slave camera. I want pig slave camera because it's going to make us safe, right? And they say, Paul, no, you got to do the mockery is a little more subtle than that, right? You just call it a flock camera, like a flock of birds or a flock of sheep. You mock them subtly to where they can't pick up on it. You don't come right out in the open and say pig slave, although sometime they do. They sell you a liquid death drink at the store, and they even put on the back of it, this is liquid death, you're going to die, fuck you, essentially. And they laugh at you. And you go and spend $8 for it. You go and pay triple for it to be part of the humiliation, mockery, sacrifice. Give him more flocking. The flock needs flogging. Flogging for the flock. A, Paul is crazy. B, Paul is smart. C, Paul is a Mossad spy. The best spies are the ones who don't know they're spying. I could be all three and not even know it. I never thought of myself as smart. I just thought everyone else was retarded. Doesn't make me highly intelligent. It makes you highly retarded. Crazy. I've been called crazy by a whole bunch of regular people and even officials. If taking 15 shots for safety and poisoning the food and water is sane, I don't want to be sane. Check that box. Based on your worldly set of rubrics and conditions, I'm as crazy as they come. Trying to free slaves from slavery and genocide they're begging for and paying for. I must be a fucking insane fool. And like I said, Mossad spy, I guess check the box because the best spy is one who don't know they're doing it. If they're tracking and tracing and watching and listening to me, they got their finger on the pulse of what's really going on the ground because I'm in touch with hundreds and thousands of people who actually might be doing something different. And if the Mossad wanted to know who the real threats are, the threats who are nonviolent, who are actually making change and not going to comply, then they'd want to tap my phone. I might just fucking be all three and not even know it. Do you see how the world works? All right, fella, take it easy. No, I'm not. I might if I need. You're right. I'm going to follow because normally I tell you get the fuck out and ban you because I don't like when you slaves try to tell me to be less inspired and passionate because you're literally the walking dead. But in this case, I've been feeling those pains in my sides and I know that I need to be restful and peaceful. You know, there is a limit. I've had the universe and God, if you will, my own beingness, show me and impose upon me a limit to my own passion and inspiration. And as you would see it, crazed presentment that I let myself go into, right? That I get a high off of. Time flies and I get a high off of. People send me value and it seems we're doing something different and getting results. So, you know, it's like high, win, dopamine rush. But in this case, I'm going to take your advice, sir. I'm going to leave it there because we're 4 hours in. I plan to do 2. I did an extra 2 because I'm in that mode and in that high. I need to care for myself more anyway and stay more peaceful. We were doing one every week or 2 or every month. We now did 3 or 4 broadcasts in the last week or so. So that's good. That probably means that we're growing and learning here. Like, share, subscribe, Restream, get it out there. If for nothing else, to tell the algorithm to go fuck itself. You're not going to shadow ban those who talk truth, life, and way and promote a bunch of inauthentic corporate males and females who literally want to destroy everything great here. So with that said, back who knows when. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. You are a blessing to you might even be an enabler and a curse. The more you give me, the more I show up here, the more I yell and scream. The majority of slaves don't get it, and I wind up in an early grave or in a hospital bed, burning out my liver and kidneys and adrenal glands and whatever else, as I'm pumping adrenaline and doing my rap, whatever it is. So yeah, I am your humble and modest God of all media, signing off. If I didn't say it back, who knows when. We have no schedule at this point. And yes, I did thank the contributors for last words in the chat. You folks got any last words down there you want to leave us with? Peace to the flock as well. Peace to all you flockers out there who keep flocking yourselves, right? Blessings to you. You need it more than anybody. You need CD. I don't know what that means. Thank you for telling me what I need, though. I'm sure you care about me. You're trying to keep me safe. Blah, blah, blah. The state passed a bunch of bills and acts. That's cool because Cameron, somebody who we're united in spirit for the same idea by, I believe, the same force, he has a little bit of a different way he's going about this. I don't agree completely, but I will sign on to support what is said to be the work being done here that I want to believe will have an effect. Maybe I should even do more of it. Okay, so that's great. They're doing bills and acts and all these codes about how they're going to do slavery. Well, Cameron and others directly, he's physically doing it. I'm going to support it here as the mouthpiece that I am, because and again, maybe it's me. I'll admit to it. A lot of times in life, I don't go all the way and I half step when I should because I'm worried about what the consequences are and what it means about me. It may hold me back at times. So they're writing up codes in slavery, and he and others are putting forth code and policy to right the ship, to try to lead from the legalistic, corporatistic side. You folks don't want to do that and take that lead, well, then you're fucked anyway, right? If we have to do corporatism and legalism for folks to become real men and women, we're fucked anyway, how I see it. But again, I'm going to support it. He's going to do the policy and code to try to get you slaves to get your act together. And you're going to decide what you want and what's important to you. I suspect I know how it's going to go, but I won't project onto it. I'm going to have good faith and honor about it. I'm going to trust that God is working through Cameron and others to write the policy and code situation. And that there's more that I could do and potentially learn. And we'll see where it's all going to go, right? So again, there's two sides of that dynamic happening. They can only write up code and it be effective if you keep cooperating and complying. If you stop cooperating, complying, obeying, and paying, you fill up their court systems with folks making claims and rebutting their presumptions. This is over tomorrow. And I individually am proof of it in my own life with my own court experience. And so are so many others who come here. And you're going to see more and more of that as time goes on. I got to thank someone else, and then I'm out of here. Proper instruction motivates people on the way out. Gorilla Gems, of course. Sherry Connerly writes, for gift for you to use as you see fit, blessings, right? Because these are non-taxable gifting events. Okay? We don't do income here. Non-taxable gifting events from friends and family. Because they love me, and more importantly, they love the truth like I do. So we share a bond here. And we share what we have here through that bond here. Brooke D writes, for you are invaluable. Thank you for being you. Well, I don't have much choice. Ask me and the folks who grew up around me and with me, right? Much like the Christ of being in reflection, I'm not necessarily saying I am that, but what's a blessing to some is a thorn in the side to others. We'll just leave it at that. Austin Murphy weighing in the whole 2-year process of trying to get sober and messing up and constantly dealing with institutions that brought me closer to God. God shows me signs before I pick up that bottle, and I still do it. And we look forward to the day where one day Austin Murphy will admit to himself and others that God of all media and what we do here has been an integral process of his fellowshipping. And he will not apologize, but he will recant his statement about me being an egotistical narcissist who's only online to try to grift people and do harm to people, right? I didn't like that when he said that. That hurt my heart. I was disappointed by that, but I'm so used to it at this point that I just continue on to be me and do what I do. And I almost accept that that's just going to be the way it is with most people in my life. And I'm not a victim for that. Some part of weird process or power game that goes on here. And quite frankly, I'm probably a huge reason why, like the way that I present and how I act to people, I'm probably my own worst enemy in that, right? So there's probably definitely a reason why people dance that dance with me. I would almost say I know there is, you know, I mean, but you got to like see more of the story and correct the statement and the record, right? But not yet. He's not ready for that yet. He may never be ready for that yet. I may not deserve that ever. If now ever, I may never deserve it. But I look forward to that because I do believe that myself and others who come here, we're part of a co-creative corresponding program, process, and procedure we call life and the universe, and also unslaving ourselves, right? Because we become aware of the fact that we are in bondage, we are in addiction, we are in vice. We have enslaved ourselves and each other in various ways that are not good for ourselves and each other. And quite frankly, they haven't been working out for the longest time, to put it mildly. So I look forward to the day where I wouldn't say it's that I get credit or I'm honored for that. It's that the process, program, procedure, I am that I am, the truth, life, and way that works through me and others here is honored for what it has always been and will be to some extent. The rest of it is just me as a personality, flawed as I am, right? And my played up presentment or just my lesser savory character defects, as it were, right? All right, we've said enough. I could keep going on and on. We've done it all without doing anything at all here. Like I said, proper instruction motivates people on the way out. Like, share, subscribe. Hit up the algo. Bye.
They turn birth right into paperwork, stamped your spirit with a barcode, but laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze and trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Yeah. Fighting just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal. feel your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small. Next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, know the less people. Proper instruction, know the less. Gorilla. Proper instruction, know the less people. Proper instruction, know the less. Gorilla.
Gorilla here learned to cook in the joint. Paulie be making heat. Paulie be making heat. We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting. It's okay. The ops ain't never on they block. They busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep. Bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap out. I'm on time. If the cops got shit to say.
You in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Hey, God on my side. I don't trip, I've been ready for the pressure. He was talking out his neck, now he crying, learned a lesson. No cap, we don't lack, we just move, we don't need extras. If he reach for that car, bet his daddy gon' correct him. I was posted West Coast, rotten apple was the borough. He got locked, he's still outside, got no choice but keep it thorough. Came up off the mud, not a whole hood, no, it's tryna run out with his cars, now it's pepper that we smoking.
We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap out, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say.
You in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay.
I've been heavy on my own, never needed extra manpower. They love to speak on smoke, to that pressure bring the man out. Brody got a couple views, wolf and let his mask down. If it ain't about the money, you don't never see these damn clowns. I remember long nights, suicidal in the town. Same ones used to call me crazy, ask me what we gon' do now. Keep it all in motion, I can't stop this train for nothing. We bringing the real shit back, these other slaves just bluffing.
We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap out, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say.
You in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Yo.
Gorilla here.
These people are disgusting. 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 These slaves be tough as fuck. These slaves
be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gonna stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
These slaves play macho. They gon' range your ass like Tonto and have these slaves dancing like Michael. It's gonna cost you some cheese like Nacho. I ain't with the cap though, ain't got no license. This like extortion. Feel like I'm drinking, wanna pop a 4/5 punch that is clock, that's the end of his shift. I don't got patience for fraud and we already exposed him, the scholar just talking. You didn't pay attention, you know that it cost him. Acting like he be on that, so they offed him. I live with a chip on my shoulder, you get on my nerves, smoking and coughing. Get your ass clapped like Lena. Since he thinking he tough, well, a slave, they about to lean you.
Boom! These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gonna stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
know my rights. I don't bow to no fake crown. Freedom in my chest, I won't let them shut me down. The badge ain't legit and I don't comply. I answer to the truth, not the lies they supply. Hands up for the people, not the ones who in line. Stand firm in the storm, I get stronger by the hour. Can't on my mind, can't make me cower. I move with the free and I'm staying empowered.
It's fucking till they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer. Oh, Polly boy.
Polly boy. Damn, bitch, I'm gorilla from the east, ain't got a lamb truck. Only reason Buddy just got robbed, he set his man up. Worried when I'm loud, get worried when I'm saying nothing. The guys out here getting thirsty, they gon' wanna blam some.
Checking slaves if you ain't outside, don't be saying nothing. Fella keep on going back, he's already been a dozen.
Slavin' just jumped off the bench, we caught him and his ass got busted. They act like they wanna bang, but they ain't on nothing. I keep saying to them boys be cool and keep them guns up. It's hard for them to chill, they settle problems with a run up.
OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safe. Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told them chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Playing dumb, ain't out here doing none. 300 days in a row, getting away and it's smoke. Got kinfolks claiming blood, got blood claiming low. I tell them put the flag down, let's take care of our home. The wolves are hungry, gotta eat, so I'm going on my own. Since 2021,
they say that P is putting on.
but really, in my lane,
It's true, I've always been alone.
Fight cases, I'm like fuck 12, I go to hell. Turn witness, I'm like fuck 12, I'd rather go to jail.
Burning out ain't an option, go and see myself.
They say how'd he get free if it was them?
They try to tell,
These slaves be kinda slow, they're moving on some snail. Ain't no evidence he got dismissed. Slaves like what the hell?
OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safe.
Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told him chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Oh, Polly boy.
Paul unslaved made me do it.
To the man who rules over you.
Tell the man.
To the man, to the man.
Tell the man who rules over you, take his hands off of you. Codes aren't laws, climb out of the coffin food. The government can't save you no matter what the state says. Don't let them vaccinate you, the truth is out there brainless.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority. The devil is a lie, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely.
Nothing over me but God like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like them groceries.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority.
They want your name on paper, want your fear in the line, want your hand in the machine while they sell you the lie. I don't bow to a badge, I don't kneel to the crowd. Keep my house in order and I say it out loud. If the walls start closing in, then I widen my stance. You can chain up the weak, but can't keep down a good man. Don't trade the birthright for a tiny little cage. I'm still here, unshaken, I won't never be your slave.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority. The devil is a liar, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely.
Nothing over me but God like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like them groceries.
Somebody tell these people, they're not your authority.
Yeah, busy. Yeah. As the option, they tell you Paul and Slay be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Has the crowd about the ops. Damn, with the shit. Has the block about the work. We on that flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
Now I'm putting on for the city.
Still my ribs, I move grit. Same ones that laugh wanna see it in the picture.
Kept it on moving, no pause, no switch up.
Hands on the grind, I was here in the rain. Now they see me arriving, they feel that pain.
From the door to the plate, from the lock to the key.
But they got it back there, look alive when they see it. That's the ops. They know the name. That's the ops. I don't play that game.
Bring my brick.
I built this flame.
Bring my brick.
Now they say my name.
Tell them check the steps. Every scar got proof. Every move I made had a ruthless truth. What they couldn't break made my backbone click. One more time for the town. Watch it stack up quick.
That's the ops. They tell you Paul and Slay be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Has the crowd about the ops. Bang with the shit. Has the block about the work. We on that flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
All right, so I had to come back in because I need to check this more. I didn't check it. We had 4 new callers. So let me see here. This is so obnoxious. I really do that. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to go. I said I was going to do it last time. There's always more to do, right? Always something left undone. May just have to get a new phone application. I can actually take calls and get calls. All right, let's see.
You've just been pranked by the Prank Caller app.
Right.
If you'd like to block your number from receiving pranks, you can visit our website at prankcaller.io.
Okay, so that's good. That's good because I did want to get out of here anyway, but I have like an unwavering need to serve. So that's good. Okay, and it tells me now I can block. Okay, so I'll go there. I'll block that. Hopefully this time, they're all prank calls. This way I could just get out of here.
You've just been pranked by the Prank Caller app.
Okay, that's good.
If you'd like to block your number.
So it's 1 or 2 slaves who are so desperate to interfere with whatever I'm doing for some reason, for some weird reason. They're like really obsessed. So that's good. 2 more. Let's see.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
All right, so that's 970. If you're an actual call back. If not immediately tomorrow, whenever we're back. I'm gonna try to tweak the app again on the off chance that there's something I could do. But I looked at all the settings. It just seems like everything else, for whatever reason, I don't get benefits and privileges and services that others get, or the whole thing is just so fucked and run by inauthentic corporate beta males. They're so incompetent, incapable, and corrupt that nothing they produce actually works. That's also an option. It doesn't have to be like all about me, right? I'll take either or on that one. But I'm not seeing anybody else on their broadcast who use these apps having these problems. So I don't know. It just kind of seems like I'm the enemy, but I don't want to believe that. I feel like Google and YouTube loves me. We have a weird relationship. All right. 562. Are you there? Hello. Now's your time to shine. Yeah, go ahead. There you go. Fuck you, nigger. Okay, so we're gonna help him out. Block that number. They'll go and create. Again, there's a handful of loser failures. Folks who are demon possessed, you would argue, could be seen as. Who they literally spend like all of their time. I get emails. I didn't even address it. Just last night I got another email. You know, they want my address. They don't want to tell me who they are, but they want my address because they're coming to do something to me, right? Because out of all the people in the world who like, including themselves, all the people in the world who they need to deal with, who cause them issues and problems, I'm number one on the list. They got to email me at 1 a.m. and ask me for where I am so they can come do something to me. Imagine this. They don't sit around trying to figure out how to solve the problems they and others face, the slavery and genocide they're in. No, I'm their biggest issue and problem. And you wonder why I say this place is what it is, and people are inhabited here, it seems. I may be one of them, I guess. To varying degrees and extents, so that's good. We just block all these numbers. Then we go to the website so they can't prank anymore, and we just, you got time for it, I got time for it. What else are we doing here anyway, right? All right, that makes it easier for me, right? See? Oh yeah, is your refrigerator running? You better go get it. You better go catch it. Are you guys fully stocked with Up Dog back there? What's Up Dog? Oh, nothing much. Right. This is where we're at. So hey, that gets them off. This is the highlight of their whole life. So I'm glad I could be of service to these otherwise pathetic, disempowered loser failures. Daddy loves them. All right, one more song, I think, maybe a couple more, and then we're out of here.
Paul, unslaved made me do it. Paul, unslaved made me do it. I'm a certified gorilla. I jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Checking hoes for sport while people getting taken missing. Meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. I heard the popo got a collar. Goosey's on some funny shit. Why the fuck he holler? We was on some dummy shit. Yo, no hablo nada. I think he a little slow in his medulla oblongata. Talking all that shit, then cry to his partner. He ain't about shit. That little pep ain't no scholar. Keep it quiet, keep it tight. Ain't no room for panic. One wrong move and the whole thing static. I'm a certified gorilla. I jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. He was loud on the front end, soft when the heat came. Started ratting quick, right on the E-way. Wasn't that some shit? I can't believe what he say. Yo, no hablo nada, keep it tall like Rasta. Life's a gamble like Borgata. He the type to get locked up, then blame it on his dada. Paul and Slave made me do it, big surprise, another Rasta.
Keep that same tone. Say it with your chest now, better bring your own. If you come for respect, better stand on that. Cause the line get crossed and it don't come back.
I'm a certified gorilla. I jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Checking hoes for sport while people getting taken meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. I'm a certified gorilla. I'm a certified gorilla.
Bottom of YouTube feels so much better than an asylum. So much better. Use a panel hopper. Mad at me?
I think I know why. Use a panel hopper, trying to figure out how you gon' lie. Use a panel hopper, no viewership, coming to see if you lie. Yeah. Summertime, Steven's panel skin is milky. Check the wannabe life coach's hoodie is filthy. Another 2 years, maybe Snaps might get his clutch bread. Hopefully he gets it before he ends up dead. A lot of slaves really need to get their weight up, but not Cynthia, she just sucked the whole plate up. It ain't my fault, you guys fucked up your channels. It's not your fault either, you just got boring panels. Maybe you should hit up Daddy and work on your pimp game, or hit up Slow State for some lion and griff game. Maybe you can go hit up Cage Man, flip some of his $10 rags bags. You folks don't have many options, it seems, man. You know that viral is the shit that I come from, but I don't go nowhere no more because slaves dumb. I feel kinda sad that your paper don't stack right. You should call Brown's boy so you panel act right. Got your numbers down, we can feel the channel sucks. These slaves are droning. Shut your spot down, you might get your channel struck just for being so boring. Use a panel hopper, mad at me, I think I know why. Use a panel hopper, your channel sucks. Nobody cares if you slaves hate me on panel whenever I pop up. They start throwing fists like kids trying to act up. When it comes to stalker haters, you know I got them. From over New York all the way down to Compton. You know Tommy wants to see how his daddy freaks off, hacking through his camera just to sit watch him beat off. I start spitting game at these hoes like a pimp main. Then Laundry shows up jealous all in a twist mane, all spiked out from his COVID shot sex game. Shut your heart down, you can feel the blood clots thump when the blood is flowing. You got spike now, fucking with these goofy hoes. Was it worth it? Worth it? Worth it?
This woman is harassing and stalking me, and I like her to stay away from me.